Chapter 16 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 16, Success. Upon the mountain top I stood, and all the land beneath me lay. I saw that earth was very good, but heaven seemed just as far away. It was in the following winter that Paul Seaton's great book, Some Better Thing, took the literary world by storm and carried its author at one bound from mere notoriety to abiding fame. Everybody read the book, and everybody who read it was the better for reading it. It was a novel with a purpose, and its purpose was to show that it is only by righteousness that men and nations prevail. Also, that there is much that is humorous in life, as well as much that is holy, and that healing virtue lies in laughter as well as in prayers and tears. It was a strong book, and yet infinitely pathetic, and it was perfectly free from the taint of shallow cynicism on the one hand and of mawkish sentimentality on the other. Preachers recommended its teaching, and speakers quoted its epigrams, and in short, Paul Seaton became the man of the hour, and Angus Gray was forgotten. This latter end was the more easily accomplished because the first edition of Shams and Shadows was sold out, and another was not forthcoming. Some Better Thing brought great joy to the heart of Mark Seaton. That his son was among the successful writers of the day was nothing to him, but that his son was among the great teachers of the day was everything. Mrs. Seaton and Joanna likewise rejoiced, and felt that Shams and Shadows was expiated and done away with, so happiness reigned once more in Chayford Cottage. As for Paul himself, the success of his book pleased him to a certain extent, and it was a source of keen delight to him to feel that men no longer condemned him as the writer of Shams and Shadows, but rather respected him as the author of Some Better Thing. But Isabel had spoiled his life for him, he felt, and no mere public applause could fill up the aching blank that she had left. She had gone near to marring his character as well, but he had come safely through the dark valley of humiliation and disappointment, and stood whole and in his right mind on the farther side. Yet his happiness had not survived the chills of the dark valley, and fame without happiness is but a sorry jest at best. What matters it to a thirsty man if his empty cup be of gold or silver, or of finest glass? Such outside splendors will not slake his thirst. Nevertheless, in Paul's mind the thought was ever present that Isabel Carnaby would see some better thing, and would read as much, perhaps, between the lines as the public could read in them. And if the truth must be told, this thought gave him more pleasure than all his literary triumph, for in spite of what had happened, his love for Isabel was as strong as ever, and his hope was not yet dead that some day they two might be brought together again, and might bid bygones be bygones. Paul knew that the ideal Isabel whom he had loved was no creature of his own imagination, but the real Isabel, as God had intended her to be. He had merely recognized, not imagined, the soul of the woman hidden under her somewhat frivolous exterior. He believed that this soul was not extinct, but merely dormant for a time, and he knew that he was the only man who had power to awaken it fully to life again. There was no doubt that Isabel had been cruel as well as wilful, but perhaps he had been too hard and stern for so highly strung a nature as hers, and to those that love much, surely much can be forgiven. Anyhow, Isabel had not committed the one crowning offence in his eyes. She had not put another man in his place, and as long as she was still Miss Carnaby, Paul felt there was yet a possible morning of joy to his present night of weeping. Early in the year Paul went down to Chayford and was welcomed as a conquering hero. The family at the cottage were never tired of talking about some better thing, but Shams and Shadows was only once alluded to, and then by Paul himself. "Father, do you think that Shams and Shadows is now atoned for?" he asked one day. "My son, we will never speak of Shams and Shadows more. Do you think that when the angel led Peter out of prison, they talked of the denial? Or when Moses stood on the Mount of Transfiguration, he was reminded of his disobedience at Meribah? The teaching of modern philosophy is that what is done, and what we have written, and that there is no atonement for the deed once accomplished, and no washing out of the handwriting against us. But I have not so learned Christ." "Then do you believe that what is done can ever be undone?" asked Paul. "Surely that is impossible." "I do not wish to prophesy smooth things," replied his father, "nor to sprinkle the way of life with rose water. I know that if a man breaks the laws of nature, he will be punished to the uttermost, for there is no forgiveness in nature. I know that if a man breaks the laws of society, he will find neither remission nor mercy, for there is no forgiveness in society. But I believe that if a man breaks the law of God, his transgression can be taken away as though it had never been, for there is forgiveness with thee, that thou mayest be feared." "It is a grand gospel that you preach, father, and seems almost too good to be true." "Nothing is too good to be true. The truth is the best of everything." "I believe that," said Paul, "but I did not always." "Before you were afflicted you went astray," answered the minister, "but the word is very nigh you now." "I hope so." "The modern gospel of the grandeur of human nature is a hard one," said Mr. Seaton, "and tends rather to exalt the creature than to glorify the Creator. If the great object of life is the formation of our own character, then I grant you each action must leave its indelible mark. But if the great object of life is the glory of God, then surely the mistakes of foolish men will not be allowed to cast lasting shadows across the eternal light." "You think our ideas are too small?" "Yes, and too personal. The business of our lives is to give glory to God, and it is of no moment whether we do it by sounding His praises abroad or by keeping His commandments at home. It seems to me that nowadays men think and talk too much about improving their own characters, and meditate too little upon the perfection of the divine character." "They ought to do the one without leaving the other undone," said Paul. "I cannot admit that holiness is a substitute for usefulness. You and I travel by different roads, and our methods are not alike. Yet both our ways lead up to Jerusalem, as all roads lead to Rome." "Yes," replied Paul, "the railways are not laid along the old coach roads, but they bring us to the same places as the coaches did." "And more quickly, too," added Mr. Seaton. "I must not forget that." During his stay at Chayford, Paul saw a great deal of Mr. Ford. These two shared many opinions, both political and otherwise, and much enjoyed mutual intercourse. "I wish you could knock some of your common sense into Edgar," said Edgar's father one day. "It would be invaluable to him in his political career." "The inculcation of common sense is a complicated operation," replied Paul. "I know it," sighed Michael Ford. "Does Edgar intend to go into Parliament soon?" Paul asked, as he and Mr. Ford walked down the High Street together. "I mean him to stand for Chayford at the next election. The sitting member, Hawken, has decided to retire after the present Parliament, and the Liberal executive of Chayford have resolved to accept Edgar in his place as their candidate. I suppose it will be a walk over for Edgar." Practically so. Chayford has always returned a Liberal, and a Liberal of the good old school, none of your new-fangled faddists. Besides, Edgar would be sure of the Wesleyan vote solid. No Wesleyan, however conservative, would vote against one of the Fords of Chayford. That is quite true. The Wesleyans are a wonderful people for pulling together. What I am afraid of, continued Mr. Ford, is that Edgar will go in for somewhat extreme measures instead of jogging along on the good old beaten track. I suppose he would be sure of the seat even if his views were decidedly advanced, but I'd rather he had adopted the political creed which satisfied his fathers before him. Still, our fathers' creeds and our fathers' faiths do not always fit us, Mr. Ford, and I do not believe in equipping ourselves for the battle of life with second-hand weapons and armor, even though they be inherited from our parents. What should you think of a soldier who went to war today in the coat of mail worn by his ancestors during the Crusades, or was content to arm himself for the fray with a musket that did good service at Waterloo? I should call him a picturesque fool. So should I. I think that it is every man's duty to keep abreast of the time, continued Paul, whether he be a doctor or a politician. You would not consider a doctor was breaking the fifth commandment because he refused to cure fever by cupping or smallpox by inoculation. Then why should you bring this charge against the politician who has outgrown the liberalism of the Whigs? Mr. Ford shook his head. You young men always think you know better than the old ones. We don't really know better. We only know what is better for us and for our generation. Politicians are the faculty of the state, and it is their business, as it is the doctor's business, to prescribe for the diseases of today and not for the diseases of the past century. The medicines which cured the latter will probably have no effect upon the former. You mean that each generation has its own difficulties to contend with, and must therefore use its own special methods? There is a good deal in what you say, I must admit. Where I disapprove of modern philosophy, continued Paul, is when it begins to sneer at the teaching of former schools. My argument cuts both ways. If we know our own business better than our fathers, they knew their business better than we do. Each generation understands what is best for itself, and it is just as foolish for us to deride our fathers' methods as for them to despise ours. Their ways were the ways for yesterday, as ours are the ways for today, and the transference of either would be an anachronism. Mr. Ford nodded. I see, and I am almost tempted to agree with you. But besides the unwisdom of laughing at our fathers' methods, it seems to me such atrociously bad form. If a young man adopts verbatim either the religious or the political creed of his father, I probably shall not agree with him, but I shall respect him as an honourable man, who is just as likely to be right as I am. But if a man sneers at and is ashamed of the things which his father cherished and believed in, I regard that man as a cad, and should decline to ask him to dinner. There you are quite right. I cannot bear to hear young folks jeering at the old faiths. But the worst is when they do it for social reasons and not from any honest conviction, Paul went on. It makes me perfectly ill to see men treat their parents as family secrets because the good old folks do not happen to vote on the side of the aristocracy or worship according to established form. They have an idea that in burying the ancestral radicalism and nonconformity out of sight, they thereby identify themselves with the high-born and orthodox. I know they do, just as some men think that to walk up to their business in a pair of riding breeches places them socially on a level with a master of hounds. Mr. Ford enjoyed this joke. He rode to hounds himself and was a good horseman, and they forget that cutting oneself off from one's own class does not attach one to a higher class. It merely leaves one without a class at all, he concluded. Exactly, agreed Paul. Between heaven and earth, like Mahomet's coffin. I don't, of course, deny that it is a good thing to be well-born and wealthy. I only say that it is a bad thing to pretend to be so when you are not. I don't deny that it is a good thing to be handsome, but a man had better have a snub nose of his own than an artificial aquiline. That is perfectly true. I cannot blame people for seeing the humorous side of much that their parents considered wholly serious, added Paul, nor for laughing, tenderly and among themselves, at old-fashioned forms which they have outgrown. But laughing tenderly and sneering are two very different things. For instance, a man who nowadays could read such books as The Fairchild Family and stories from the Church Catechism without a smile would be lacking in a sense of humor. But a man who sneered at the underlying godliness thus quaintly embodied would be deficient in true reverence and spiritual insight. Quite so. Besides, I cannot understand the indifference to the charm of old association which would permit a man to regard with anything but tenderness the faith in which he was brought up, however far he might leave it behind in his maturer years. For instance, nothing would induce me to wear boots with elastic sides. I think they are extremely uncomfortable and unhealthy and unbecoming. Nevertheless, I never kept sight of those worn by my mother without being conscious of a wave of tender amusement, and for her sake all women who walk through life in elastic-sided boots are in a measure sacred to me. Mr. Ford smiled as he looked at the well-dressed man walking by his side. Yet you yourself would not buy a pair of boots unless they had patent fasteners and cork soles and every other invention of modern times. Of course I should not. Which things are an allegory. Dear, sighed Mr. Ford, I wish I had a son like you. What a political future I would have mapped out for him. I am afraid I am a person who does not lend himself to mapping out. I should like to go into political life, I confess, but I fear my politics would not always be your politics, Mr. Ford. I think they would in great issues, and we would leave the trifles to take care of themselves. We are both opportunists, Paul. The only difference between us is the difference between the opportunities of 30 years ago and the opportunities of today. I think you have hit the nail on the head. Why don't you go in for political life yourself? Asked Michael Ford abruptly, quickening his pace. Because I can't afford it. I'm a poor man, and all my people are poor. I make a fair income by editing the Pendulum and writing anonymous articles for a good many of the dailies, but not an income that would allow of anything like a parliamentary career. But Shams and Shadows and some better thing must have brought you in a good deal. I have not yet received my royalties on Some Better Thing, and I could not touch a penny of the profits of Shams and Shadows. Now there, my dear boy, you are wrong, and you must forgive an old friend for telling you so. That Shams and Shadows was a false step, I admit, and I'm very glad that you have so soon retrieved it by contradicting all its nonsense in Some Better Thing, but I consider it a piece of idiotic quixotism to refuse the money that Shams and Shadows made. I think you must please let me be the judge of that, said Paul quietly. But, my good fellow, you are making a mistake, and are acting more like Edgar than like yourself. Throwing away the money which you fairly earned by your very clever, if somewhat foolish book is a piece of gratuitous self-denial, which will do no good to anybody. Paul smiled the smile of the obstinate, and Mr. Ford continued, Well, it is extremely silly of you. Now, you were right not to publish a second edition of your book, although such an edition might have been of pecuniary advantage to you, because you saw that the book was unsound, and you had ceased to believe in your former teaching. For this I admire and respect you, but I cannot see why you should hesitate to appropriate the proceeds of the copies already sold. Paul walked on in silence for a few seconds. Then he said, I simply could not do it, and that is the end of it. I could have believed Edgar capable of such a piece of folly, but not you, grumbled Mr. Ford. I'm sorry to make myself disagreeable, but I fear I am one of the self-opinionated people who think they know their own business best. And I suppose you won't tell me what you mean to do with the sacrificial proceeds of your first book. You cannot leave them with the publishers. I don't know what your royalty on Shams and Shadows was, but however small, you must do something with it. Mr. Ford spoke with irritation, and he was a man of business. You think I am bound to accept the minor profits, you mean? My father has a great sermon on that subject, but he spells it with a difference. A poor joke is no substitute for a plain answer, Paul. Do you remember the lady who was afraid she had asked an indiscreet question of Talleyrand, and was told that a question is never indiscreet, but an answer may be? You have not yet outgrown your quixotism, I see, my dear boy. Not I. And I happen to be suffering from a pretty sharp attack of it just now, brought on, I suppose, by fine weather and flattery judiciously blended. So you must bear with my youthful follies. I could bear with a great deal from such a clever man as that, said Mr. Ford to himself, after he had parted from Paul. He'll make a name in the world which men will remember. And that Carnaby girl was a fool to throw up her chance of bearing it. So, gradually peace and something akin to happiness slid into the soul of Paul Seaton. In spite of all that had happened, he believed that Isabel, in her heart of hearts, really cared for him, and that he was the only man who could completely satisfy her, and he knew beyond a doubt that she was the only woman who could ever satisfy him. Surely it would all come right in the end, he thought. It was against every principle of political economy that so much mutual devotion should be wasted. To all other women he was utterly indifferent, and this indifference was so patent to the eyes of Alice Martin that she soon ceased to wear her best hat when there was a chance of meeting him. Best hats, like horses, require regular air and exercise, but when they are no longer needed for the driving of one particular man to distraction, they are not infrequently used to convey another in the same direction. Thus it came to pass that Alice began to put on her best hat when there was a possibility of seeing, or rather of being seen by, Edgar Ford. Of course Edgar did not know what had happened. He only thought that Alice seemed to grow prettier every day. But this is a not uncommon delusion of Edgar's sex. They think that a particular girl is growing decidedly better looking, but it does not always strike them that the increase of beauty is due to the fact that this particular girl has begun to put on her best clothes whenever there is an off chance of meeting with them. "Here is something that ought to delight you," said Mr. Seaton, handing the newspaper to Paul one day. "The Minister of Education has been delivering an inaugural address for some literary society, and he has quoted your new book as the wisest book that has been published during the last 10 years. He considers that the political part of it ought to be used as a textbook for budding politicians, and he foretells a brilliant political as well as literary career for the author." "Well played, old Willoughby!" exclaimed Paul. "I once met him at the Eskdales, and found him a very decent fellow then, but this proves him to be possessed of almost supernatural powers of insight and foresight. Give me the paper, and let me read my praise and glory for myself." "It will make you vain," said Joanna. "You'd be vain if Cabinet Ministers grovelled before you," retorted her brother. "I know I should. Nobody ever grovelled before me, but it would make me vain if an infant did, let alone a pillar of the state." Paul's face fairly beamed. "I'm awfully glad that Willoughby approved of my views on education." "Your next book had better touch on all matters connected with the state," suggested Joanna. "You might have a chapter on sanitation for the president of the local government board to lecture upon, and a chapter on commerce for the president of the board of trade to lecture upon, so that, like freedom, you might slowly broaden down from president to president." "How rude you are!" exclaimed Paul. "You don't deserve to have a great author for a brother. You really don't." "I take a broad view of the fifth commandment, and I think that it includes respect to brothers as well as to parents." Joanna shook her head. "You are always too broad in your views. That is your great fault. The Bible thoroughly understands human nature, and never commands the impossible. Therefore it tells us to love our brother, but it never suggests or hints at such a thing as respect for him." Then she and her father started for a walk, and Paul sat down to enjoy Mr. Willoughby's lecture, and to dream over the glorious possibilities that it opened up. It was a great compliment, and Paul was the last man to pretend that he was not delighted when he was. After he had read the purport of the lecture, his eye wandered idly over the rest of the paper till it was suddenly arrested by the following paragraph: "A marriage is arranged, and will shortly take place, between Lord Wrexham and Isabel, only daughter of the late Major Carnaby, and niece of Sir Benjamin Farley, G.C.B." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 17, Vernacre Park. Trim the shrubs and mow the grass, roll the alleys shady, make the ways where she will pass fitter for my lady. There was a large house party at Vernacre Park at Easter to meet Miss Carnaby, who had just become engaged to the host, Lord Wrexham. Old Lady Wrexham played the part of hostess, a most stately and chilly dame, whom Isabel could not endure. And in addition to the party from Elton, the company included the Esdales, Lord Robert Thistletown, and Mr. Matterley, besides sundry uneventful persons whom nobody took the trouble to differentiate. Isabel had been in a most reckless mood ever since she accepted Lord Wrexham. She had definitely decided to stifle the romantic and to develop the worldly side of her character, and having made up her mind to permanently adopt the role of a shallow, smart woman, she almost overdid her part in her anxiety to do herself injustice. It certainly was a triumphal procession for her, this visit to Vernacre as its future mistress, for Vernacre was one of the finest residences in the Midlands. As they were sitting at lunch on Good Friday, Lady Eskdale remarked, "Isn't it funny how hungry going to church always makes one?" "I never have recourse to those artificial aids to appetite," murmured Matterley. "I'm always ravenous on Sundays," continued Lady Eskdale, "and my appetite has evidently mistaken today for a Sunday." "A pardonable error," replied the artist, "for my intellectual powers have fallen into it too." "I am glad that you are hungry, Lady Eskdale," said the hostess, but not surprised, for Vernacre is always considered a peculiarly invigorating place. The situation is salubrious, and the subsoil old red sandstone. I never feel so well anywhere as I do at Vernacre. "I'm always hungry in the country and thirsty in London," continued Lady Eskdale, "and that is why I am so much sorrier for poor people in the country than in town. It must be so horrid to feel hungry and have nothing to eat, don't you know?" "It must indeed," agreed Lord Wrexham, "and I have often wondered that the health of the lower classes is not even more seriously impaired than it is, considering that they must frequently be compelled to leave their hunger only partially satisfied, if at all. I remember that Aunt Caroline and I were once kept stuck on a journey for hours, far away from any station, and we had nothing to eat or drink save a small bottle of cough syrup she happened to have in her dressing-bag. We had to take occasional nips at that, and because it was scarce, we thought it delicious. I never was addicted to cough syrup before, but since then I have preferred it to champagne." "Perhaps it was made palatable on purpose," suggested Lord Wrexham. "Some of those patent medicines are often far from repulsive to the taste." "Oh, no, it was nasty enough, really," replied Isabel, "but poverty made it sweet, and I believe poor people get lots of treats like that." Lord Wrexham shook his head. "I fear you are right, and that the poor are too fond of taking quack doses not recommended by the faculty. It is a bad habit, but I presume that economy is their motive." "I didn't mean that. I only meant that when you are poor, life must be like one everlasting picnic. I once wanted to be poor myself. I thought it would be such fun." "I once was poor," said Matterley, "and I'm bound to admit that the joke fell short of your expectations, Miss Carnaby." Isabel helped herself to plover's eggs. I felt I was foolish at the time, and I prayed for more wisdom. "It is always safe to pray for the inevitable," said the artist. "It strengthens faith without incommoding Providence. Having got wisdom, I now pray for the rest of life's good things, like Solomon, riches and honors and fine clothes and horses and carriages en suite." "I never pray for what I see in the shop windows," said Madderley. "I choose what I think will suit me, and know that it will be put down in my bill." Isabel's lip curled. "You are very bourgeois in your ideas." "I don't think so. I'm merely honest with myself, and do not call transactions providential which are merely commercial. The temple and the money changer should be kept far apart." "I think, Madderley, that you misunderstand Miss Carnaby," said Lord Wrexham, in his slow, kind way, as he smiled indulgently upon Isabel. "She does not really mean that she would ask Providence for things with which her tradesmen could supply her." "Of course I shouldn't pray for what I could pay for," added Isabel. The artist bowed. "If I have misunderstood Miss Carnaby, I humbly beg her pardon. By the way," he continued, "I once heard a story of a very devout Cornish wrecker who never retired to rest without praying for a storm. That always appeals to my sense of humour." "Were his prayers answered?" asked Isabel. "There were always plenty of wrecks, if that is what you mean." "The wreckers were a terrible people," said Lord Wrexham, "and it was a terrible state of society which made such things possible." "It is a comfort to think that these customs were confined to Cornwall and the last century," said Isabel. "Were they?" asked Madderley. "I think so," replied Lord Wrexham. "Of course one has heard of wrecks and salvage on other shores, but I believe that the custom of deliberately causing wrecks by means of false lights was peculiar to Cornwall." "I hope you are right," said the artist. "I cannot, of course, give names or dates, but I have an idea that I have heard of cases of cruel and avoidable wrecks in other counties than Cornwall, and considerably later than the last century." "Indeed, I had believed that such savagery was extinct in England. I suppose, however, that the love of gain was the motive now as then." And his lordship looked quite distressed. "And the love of excitement." "Dear me, how shocking!" "Such things are shocking," agreed Madderley, "and doubly shocking to those who have witnessed their effects." Isabel laughed a hard little laugh. "Perhaps Mr. Madderley will make use of his artistic power to describe some of these harrowing spectacles." "I shall do nothing of the kind, dear lady. Such descriptions would not be fit for pretty ears. I believe even the wreckers themselves would rather not see the consequences of their cruelty. Therefore such things should be kept from the knowledge of refined and tender-hearted women, whose nature it is to be kind and pitiful." "You are quite right, Madderley," said Lord Wrexham approvingly. "Descriptions of horrors and cruelties are most unfit for women's ears, in my opinion." But Isabel still looked defiant. "Perhaps, then, Mr. Madderley will tell us where these modern and fiendish wreckers are to be found." The artist strolled to the sideboard to cut himself some ham on the sea coast of Bohemia and thereabouts. "Don't take any notice of him, Wrexham," said Isabel petulantly. "He is only making up just to irritate me." Lord Wrexham was surprised. "Why, Isabel, what is the matter with you? You and Madderley used to be such friends." "I know we used, but friendships don't wear forever any more than clothes." "I've always noticed," remarked Madderley, "that the untried friendships are those which last the longest." "What is that you are saying about friendships?" cried Lord Bobby from the other end of the table. The place of honour to which his rank entitled him was a grievous burden to this irrepressible youth. I can give you no end of information on the subject, as platonic friendship is the line in which I excel." "I do not believe in platonic friendships," said Lady Farley. "The woman is all right, but the man always cares too much or too little for the arrangement to be a success." "You are wrong," cried Lord Bobby. "I have scores in good working order just now, so I speak with authority on the subject. They are all most successful, and I start a new one every other week." "Which I suppose you call a Neoplatonic friendship," suggested the artist. "Don't be so horribly clever," replied Lord Bobby. "It gives me the headache, and will undermine your constitution in time." "My experience of platonic friendships is that they generally end in the woman's losing her head," remarked Matterly. "Mine is that they invariably end in the man's losing his temper," added Isabel. "I notice that, as a rule, the man is either bored to death by the whole thing," said Lady Farley, "or else overdraws his account on the Bank of Friendship, and is surprised when, in consequence, the bank will not cash his cheques." "That latter case is more often true of the woman than of the man, I think," replied Matterly. Lady Farley shook her head. "No, men are much more exacting than women in their friendships. That is to say, if they really care. It seems to me that men either care a great deal about things or not at all, while women have a regular thermometer of degrees of affection and interest." "I think you are right there," agreed Lord Wrexham. "Men are so much simpler and less complex than women." "Oh, we are grander altogether," agreed Lord Bobby. "Simpler, and yet more sublime, don't you know? One cannot help admiring us, though on our corns the little spitfires tread, tobacco smoke unruffled crowns our head." Everybody laughed, and Lady Farley continued, "I have studied men carefully for many years, and I feel that I am now qualified to carry on a satisfactory platonic friendship. But, of course, being married, I have not time or inclination for the thing. Soldiers don't run out of a battle to try their skill at a shooting range. They have heavier work on hand." Sir Benjamin chuckled with delight. "Still, my dear, you can give these young and single persons some of the benefit of your superior wisdom, can't you?" "Tell us how you would carry on a platonic friendship, Aunt Caroline," said Violet Eskdale. "Well, in the first place, I should never argue with a man. Men hate it so, and it does no earthly good. In my young days I naturally used to endeavour to prove I was right when I knew I was. But now, when a man puts me straight as to facts of which he is absolutely ignorant, I merely accept his correction and say I must have been misinformed. Of course, I know all the time that I'm right and he is wrong, but what does that matter? It is a woman's duty to be socially attractive, not statistically correct." "And what else should you do, Lady Farley?" asked her host. "I should never attempt to amend his anecdotes. This is an unpardonable sin. I have known homes broken up and lifelong friendships destroyed by one person saying that a thing happened on Thursday when the raconteur had said Friday, while quarrels to which there could be no reconciliation have ensued from a difference of opinion as to whether A met B by the 10:20 or the 10:45 train." "Lady Farley has studied men to some purpose," said Matterly. The lady smiled. "There is such a thing as compulsory education." "Caroline is quite right," agreed Lady Eskdale. "It is never any use arguing with a man. In the first place, he is always sure to know better than you do." "That was not my reason for objecting to the habit," murmured Lady Farley. "But he always is. That is, if it is anything out of books or newspapers. Of course, clothes are a different thing, and there I should be very careful about trusting a man's taste too far. At least their taste is right enough, but they seem to have no proper regard for fashion." "Perhaps now that Aunt Caroline has taught us how to adapt ourselves to men, Mr. Matterly will teach us how to adapt ourselves to women," suggested Isabel. for I believe he prides himself on his profound knowledge of and contempt for the sex. With pleasure. Whenever I am dealing with ladies, I take as my guide and watchword the legend painted upon the racks of railway carriages. These racks are suited for light articles only, and must not be used for heavy luggage. And I find this is a most successful prescription. For light articles one must read pleasure, luxury, admiration, amusement, etc., and for heavy luggage, sickness, sorrow, love, poverty, and every other adversity. I see, said Isabel. I once knew a man who put his heavy luggage in the rack in spite of the printed mourning, said the artist, and it fell through and broke his head. I knew another man who made a similar mistake in dealing with a lady. The consequences were practically the same, only it was his heart instead of his head that was broken. Isabel's eyes flashed. I am afraid your friends are not as wise as you are. Perhaps not, but I am hoping that they will learn wisdom by experience. Now, where I find men so difficult as friends, said Isabel, is that they never will tell you why they are vexed. When a man is out of temper, there is no secret about it. He who runs may read, and she who reads had better run away. But the reason for this vexation is kept a profound secret. You are quite right there, agreed Lady Farley. It is an interesting but inexplicable fact. A woman is different. She will probably not show at all that she is annoyed, but if she shows it, she will tell you the why and the wherefore. That is quite true. My experience of the sex is that when they are angry, they do not err on the side of want of frankness, sighed Lord Robert. And then men are so jealous and exacting, continued Isabel. That is where they disgust me. The artist looked at Isabel curiously, as if by the outward eye he could discover whether she were as heartless as she pretended to be, but her appearance afforded him no clue to the problem. A man who irritates a woman by showing his jealousy and destroys her pleasure by such evil tempers is a fool, and worse than a fool, he said. Oh, not worse than a fool. You are pleased to be merciful, Miss Carnaby, because there is nothing worse, she added. I quite agree with you, said Matterley, but some men seem to regard all things as patent or copyright, which is manifestly absurd, and men in love are worse in this respect than platonic friends. Isabel went on with her lunch, while the artist continued, if a clergyman or a doctor is not able, owing to absence or illness, to do his work, he supplies a locum tenens to take his place, and he is grateful to, instead of offended with, the latter for so doing. Then why cannot a lover pursue the same course, and with the same sweet reasonableness, I want to know? The cases hardly seem to me parallel, said Lord Wrexham, looking puzzled. Of course it doesn't do to press a metaphor too far, assented Matterley. Another absurd thing about men, Isabel went on, is that they expect you to like them because they are kind to you and do what you want, while what you really like them for is the trick of their manner or the colour of their hair. I think you are in a minority there, my dear Isabel, said Lady Farley. As a rule, kindness appeals more to a woman than anything. I believe any man could make any woman love him if he were only kind enough long enough. People like us for what we do and love us for what we are, interpolated Sir Benjamin. That is my experience. I know, agreed Isabel, therefore we can make people like us, but we cannot make them love us. That is true of a woman, said Lady Farley, helping herself to strawberries, but hardly of a man. I still hold that any man can win a woman's love through kindness, and I also hold that external roughness of manner will, in a woman's eyes, counteract the effect of any amount of secret devotion. When all is said and done, we like the men who will dance with us better than the men who would die for us. Such is the constitution of the normal female mind. Isabel tossed her head. "I do not think so." "But surely you like the people who are kind to you, don't you?" asked her host. "No. I like people because they are attractive, not because they are kind. I always pity children when they have to kiss grown-ups who have given them presents. If I were a child, I should not want to kiss the lady who had given me the prettiest present, but the lady who had the prettiest face." "But children are taught to show forth their gratitude not only in their lives, but with their lips," suggested the artist. "It is a senseless plan all the same," laughed Isabel. "I couldn't bear to think that my friends liked me only because I was kind to them." "I do not think you need distress yourself on that score, dear lady. I want people to like me because I am attractive in myself, not because I am amiable." Mr. Matterley shook his head. "I cannot commend your prudence, for you will probably cease to be attractive when you are about 45, while you can go on being amiable until you are 89. "I don't see that. Hundreds of women are attractive long after they are 45. "Of course they are, but they generally belong to the plump and amiable school. Tongue is not a dish which improves by keeping, my dear Lady Disdain." "Wrexham turned him out of the room at once," cried Isabel. "He is becoming insufferable." "What did he say? I did not hear," inquired the host, who was feeding his dogs at that particular moment. "He says my tongue is too sharp." "And he isn't far wrong," sang out Lord Bobby. "If you don't take care you'll be stung to death by your own tongue, like the crocodile or the scorpion or some other old chappie. You should have seen a girl I took in to dinner last week. All through dinner she kept saying, 'Oh, Lord Bobby, how clever you are,' and she never said anything else. Now that is the sort of conversation that men like. It is far better than the dizzying, fizzying stuff that brilliant women treat us to." "Don't you like the girls whom you think clever?" asked Violet. "I like the girls who think me clever a long sight better, and I don't believe that this is by any means a peculiar taste." "Young people think and talk too much about what they like and dislike," said Lady Wrexham, rising from the table. "When I was a girl I knew what people were related to each other, and which families were old and which new, but I did not bother my head about who was attractive and who was amiable and who was neither." "If you have nothing special to do this afternoon, Thistletown," said Lord Wrexham, "I wish you would drive Matterley in the dog-cart to Sunny Hill. I particularly want him to see the view from there. It is such a fine one, and also so typical of this part of the country." "I could have shared a better plan," replied Bobby, "but my obliging nature cannot say him nay." "You can upset him and break all his bones for being so rude to me at lunch," suggested Isabel. "That would do him no good. You may break, you may shatter his bones if you will, but the outward signs of an overweening vanity and a most unlovable disposition will cling to him still." Then the party dispersed, and Isabel went with her lover to see some model cottages which he had just built, and which he was particularly anxious to show to her. She listened patiently while he explained all the improvements, and then she said, "I wonder if happiness is to be found in such things as subsoils and artesian wells?" Lord Wrexham looked at his cottages with satisfaction. "Health is to be found in them, and health is a constituent part of happiness." "Perhaps. Of course you couldn't be happy without being healthy, but it doesn't follow that you couldn't be healthy without being happy. I wonder in what happiness really does lie." "I don't know. I never thought about it." "But you should think about such things, my dear Wrexham. It is stupid of you not to, you know." "But I cannot analyze my feelings as you do. I am not an introspective person." "I find nothing so interesting as the study of myself," said Isabel. "That is very likely, but you are an interesting person, and I am not. So the analysis of me would prove a most wearisome experiment." "That has nothing to do with it. The analysis of me is instructive only so far as I am normal, and therefore uninteresting. It shows what human nature is like. When I am original, I cease to be interesting from a scientific point of view." "I'm afraid I don't quite follow you. Can't you see that in vivisecting a frog, the more common the frog, the more instructive is the experiment?" "Yes, I can see that." "Then the same principle applies to a woman. But do you mean to tell me you never think about your feelings?" asked Isabel. "No, I feel them, and that is enough for me." "That is very tame." "You see," exclaimed Lord Wrexham, "I have so many other things to think about. An estate like this requires a good deal of management, and I am so anxious to do my duty by all my tenants and work people." "Do you get really interested in the people about the place, and want to know what they are all thinking and feeling and caring about?" "Of course not, my dear young lady, but I want them to be comfortable and prosperous, and to regard me as a satisfactory landowner." They walked on in silence for a short time, and then Isabel said, "Isn't it funny how some people make everything into a treat by just being there?" "I don't quite understand what you mean, my dearest. Don't you know how the mere presence of some people will turn a stuffy little parlour into a fairy palace, and a dusty street into a byway of paradise?" "Surely that is somewhat extravagant language," replied Lord Wrexham. "Of course I know that some sorts of society are much more congenial than others, but everybody can see that. Do you know what it is to feel that life is made up of a lot of strange questions and problems and desires, and that one person is the answer to them all?" persisted Isabel. "My dearest child, what funny ideas you have! I am afraid that you read too much poetry and fiction, and that it overexcites your brain." "Oh, I don't read all that in books," replied Isabel scornfully. "I know it of myself. And by the way, how many selves have you got?" "How many selves? Why, only one, of course." "Well, that is very one-sided of you. Now there are 5 of me, all neatly labelled and scheduled." "Which are they, I should like to know?" inquired Lord Wrexham. "Oh, there is my very best ideal self, and my brilliant society self, and my jolly everyday self, and my ill and unhappy self, and the demon." "Whatever do you mean by the demon?" "I mean me, when I am shallow and selfish and worldly, and say nasty, sharp things, and care for nothing but admiration, and am a regular wretch all round." "What is the best self like?" "She learned that the wisdom of this world is foolishness," replied Isabel dreamily, "and she found the key to life's holy of holies. Therefore I killed her, because she knew too much. You never met her, and I have forgotten her, for it is nearly 2 years since she died." "Really, Isabel, you are a little too prone to let your imagination run away with you. But now I want you to look at this rustic fencing. It is an idea of my own, and is, I think, most effective." "Oh, it is pretty enough," replied Isabel indifferently. Lord Wrexham's face fell. "I am so sorry you are not more pleased with it, my darling. I designed it for you, and I did so hope that it would give you pleasure. Is there anything about it you would like different?" "Oh, no, it is all right. You see, all my delight now in improving Vernacre is in making it fitter for you. It could never be worthy of such a mistress as it will have, but I hardly let a day pass without doing something to make it a little more meet for your acceptance." "It is very good of you," said Isabel gently, as they turned away. "Not at all. It is mere selfishness on my part, as my greatest pleasure lies in pleasing you. I trust you will not hesitate to mention anything that you would like different, either in my home or in myself, and if alteration is possible, it shall be made." "Do you mean you would let me tell you of your faults?" "Of course I would," replied Lord Wrexham, "and what is more, I would try to correct them." I once invented a game where every member of the company was told of one fault by the rest of the party unanimously, on condition he or she promised to amend it and not to be offended. Lord Wrexham opened a gate leading into the park. Was it a successful pastime? It ought to have been, but somehow it wasn't. It led to strained relations all round, and yet nobody seemed to have a fault the less in consequence. Now I played it in the proper spirit, and I cured 2 bad faults of my own. It was very impertinent of anybody to dare to tell you of your faults, Isabel, and if I had been there, I would have told them so. No, it wasn't at all impertinent. It was only part of the game. I forget what my faults were, continued Isabel musingly, but I know I cured them both. I wish you would play that game with me and tell me where you would like me to be different, said Lord Wrexham, rather wistfully. I know I am stupid and not quick at understanding things, but that seems more a misfortune than a fault. At any rate, I don't get over it, and no one but myself knows how hard I try. But anything that I could alter, I gladly would, to make life with me less dull for you, my dear. You haven't any faults, Wrexham, not a single one. Lord Wrexham smiled with pleasure. But your virtues are rather overcrowded, like the shrubs at Elton, continued Isabel, and would be all the better for a little thinning out. Lord Wrexham's smile faded. Isabel had a nasty trick of wiping the smiles clean off the faces of those that loved her too much. However, when she saw that she had hurt her lover, she was seized with compunction and began to make amends. I say, Wrexham, what is that funny little windmill for at the foot of the hill? She knew well enough what it was for before she asked, but she also knew that Lord Wrexham would delight in explaining it. His face brightened at once. It is a new arrangement for pumping water up to the house. You see, Isabel, we have hitherto drunk the water from a well in the courtyard, which did quite nicely for us, but when I found that you were coming to live at VERNACRB, I had it analyzed, and discovered that although there was nothing much amiss with it, it was not quite so pure as the water from a spring at the foot of that hill. So, by means of a most ingenious arrangement, the wind pumps all the drinking water for the house up from that one spring which I have proved is the purest water on the estate. How good you are to me, my dear old boy! I want you to have the best of everything, and I mean to give it you as far as I can, but I should like to explain the mechanism of this arrangement to you, Isabel. It is a most clever contrivance, I think, and repays examination. So Isabel listened patiently while her lover expounded to her how the wind turned the wheel which pumped the water up to the house, so that much work was accomplished by means of a very little outlay. "You are so awfully clever at things of this kind," she said as they strolled homewards. "I am sure you have literally more brains in your little finger than most men have in their stupid heads." "I have not many brains anywhere, I am afraid, but as I am always thinking about you and wondering what I can do for your comfort and pleasure, I should indeed be a poor fool if I did not hit upon the right thing sometimes." And Lord Wrexham sighed. "You very often hit upon the right thing. I don't think you have any idea what a comfort you are to me, Wrexham. When my head and heart are tired out, they always come back to you, as if you were a patent soothing syrup or a provision for old age. I call you my rest cure." "I am thankful if I bring you any happiness, my child, in return for the abundant measure you have bestowed upon me in promising to be my wife. Yet I am but a dull companion for such a brilliant young creature as yourself. However, when you come to VERNACRB for good, we will always have the house full of young people, so that you will never have time to be bored by your slow old coach of a husband." "You are not a slow old coach," cried Isabel indignantly. "You are the best and dearest man in the whole world." "Am I? Well, it is heaven to me to hear you say so, whether you really think it or not. Not that I mean you would ever say what you did not know to be true, but you are sometimes carried away by your warm feelings to say things which exceed the convictions of your cooler moments. I know I am, replied Isabel, but I always try to be frank and truthful. Her lover smiled rather sadly. My dear, it is very noble of you to be so transparent, and never to pretend you care more for me than you really do, and my rational side commends and admires this uprightness, but now and then I am weak enough to wish that you would let me deceive myself a little, and not be so conscientious in your desire to enlighten me. A fool's paradise may be a poor thing, but it is better than no paradise at all. Isabel's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Wrexham, how horrid I must have been to you!" "Never horrid to me, Isabel, never anything but charming and fascinating, and altogether delightful. It is I who am to blame for being somewhat tiresome and exacting. Oh, my dear, do you think I don't know how dull and stupid I am, and how tired you must sometimes feel of my society? Yet I am such an old fool that I like to pretend to myself that I am to you in some measure what you are to me, though I know perfectly well all the time that such an idea is absurd and impossible in the extreme." "What is it in me that makes you like me so much?" asked Isabel abruptly, as they were watching the sun set behind the distant hills. "No special thing. I love the whole of you, and your faults as well as your virtues. But don't you like me better in some moods than in others?" "I don't think so. I always love you just the same. Whatever you do or say, you are you, and that is enough for me." "But doesn't it make any difference when I am nasty to you?" persisted Isabel. "It makes all the difference between happiness and misery, but it does not make any difference in my love for you." "You are a good man, Wrexham." "My dear, there is no goodness or badness in it. I am simply made like that, and I cannot help it. Nevertheless, you are perfect, whether it is your own doing or nature's. If I were 10 times better than I am, I should still not be half good enough for you." "You'd always take my part, whoever I quarrelled with, wouldn't you?" coaxed Isabel, sticking a primrose she had just gathered into her lover's buttonhole. "Always." "Even if I were wrong?" "Exactly the same, whether you were wrong or whether you were right. The merits of the case would have no effect upon me." Isabel patted his arm. "Now that is what I call real justice. It is qualities such as this that make women love and respect men." Lord Wrexham laughed, and then said, "Here we are at the Peach House. I want you to come and see some improvements I have just carried out in the stove, which I think will ensure our getting twice as many peaches as we have ever had out of this house before." Whereupon his lordship plunged into a minute description of the methods whereby his peaches were to be prematurely ripened, and Isabel gave him her most satisfying attention. When the walk was over, Isabel went to her own room and looked at herself in the glass. "Miss Carnaby," she said, "you are not really a handsome woman, and fate has given you far more than you deserve. In exchange for a pretty wit, and an indifferent face, and a most admirable figure, you will receive a coronet and 20,000 a year, with the best husband in the world thrown in as a prerequisite, like a present of books with so many pounds of tea. So the least you can do for the next 40 years is to talk pleasantly and intelligently about windmills and peach houses and such like interesting subjects, remembering that if you'd had your own foolish way, you might instead have been living upon a few paltry hundreds of years with a jealous and bad-tempered young man who couldn't keep a civil tongue in his head for 2 days together." For the rest of the Easter recess, Isabel made herself specially charming to her host. She was flattered and petted on all sides, and he was the cause of it. so she felt accordingly grateful. The praise which is always accorded to the woman who doeth well to herself was hers in full measure just then, and it put her in a good humour with herself and with her world. She tried her utmost not to be bored when Wrexham talked to her about the things in which he was interested, and she succeeded in so far as she hid her boredom from everybody in the house except herself and him. But clever as she was not quite clever enough for that. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 18, A State Concert. Rank and wealth I pass unheeding, never giving them their due, for my heart and soul are needing nothing in the world but you. As I have often remarked, said Isabel one hot June morning, as she and Lady Farley were sitting together in the latter's boudoir, the world has nothing better to offer than a state concert. I agree with you, replied her aunt. It combines the charms of a religious service and a smart party, and has the advantages of both with the disadvantages of neither. The music is always good, so are the dresses and the diamonds, and the palace is the coolest place in London. Quite true, said Lady Farley, and what more can the heart and flesh of fashionable woman desire? Several things. For instance, my cup of happiness will not overflow till I have a diamond tiara. Now, there you have the advantage of me. But you cannot have a tiara without having a husband as well, and there you have the advantage of me. I shall not have the advantage of you long, and Isabel laughed. No, but you will then have the tiara in place of the advantage. One of my chief reasons in getting married is to secure to myself the right of wearing a tiara, remarked Isabel. I consider that a woman of 30 without a tiara is as indecent as a woman of 90 without a cap. Women must be crowned with either youth or diamonds, or else must hide their diminished heads under the cloak of religion, and retire into nunneries and sisterhoods. My dear, you are too sarcastic for so young a person. No unmarried woman should ever say nasty things, unless she is a professional beauty. Still, I hope you will enjoy the concert tonight in spite of the shame of your uncovered head. I am thankful it is a concert and not a ball. If it were a ball, I should have to talk to Wrexham all evening, but now I can keep silence and let the dear man feast his eyes upon the beauties of my irregular profile, instead of feasting his ears upon the charms of my still more irregular conversation. Then poor Wrexham will come badly off tonight, said Lady Farley, for your conversation is infinitely superior to your profile, my dear. I know it is, but I wish you would not tread upon my toes, or more correctly upon my nose, so ruthlessly. It is simply fiendish to throw a woman's nose in her teeth in that fashion. Poor Isabel! I always envy the women with good noses more than I can express, continued Miss Carnaby, leaning back in her chair and gazing thoughtfully up to the ceiling. Eyes grow dim and teeth depart and figures increase, but a good nose is an abiding resting place for your vanity. You know that it will last out your time, whatever happens, and that age cannot wither, nor custom stale its satisfactory proportions. That is so, agreed Lady Farley, tenderly stroking her own perfect little aquiline. I always wonder how the women with pretty noses carry on their advertising department. Of course, when we have good eyes, we call attention to the same by making use of eye service as men-pleasers, so to speak. And when we have good teeth, we smile as often as is compatible with the reputation for sanity, and we frequently complain of the toothache. Oh, is that your plan of campaign? I have often wondered how teeth as white as yours are can ache as much as you say they do, but now I understand it is only a ruse. You misjudge me there, Aunt Caroline. I know my teeth are pretty, but they are merely little devils disguised as angels of light, for I have inherited an estate of fine and extensive acres. But you haven't yet informed me how the well-nosed women call attention to their stock in trade. My dear, when a thing is as plain as the nose on your face, it does not require any advertisement according to proverbial philosophy. It is not when it is plain that the necessity arises, continued Isabel, but only when it is pretty. How absurd you are! Do you talk to Lord Wrexham like this? Good gracious, no. He would think I was out of my mind, and would recommend some new German baths or other which the faculty had discovered as the latest cure for insanity, and then he would carefully explain to me the chemical action of the waters upon the tissue of the human brain. You really are too bad, Isabel, said Lady Farley severely. Lord Wrexham is a peer, and one of the best matches in London, and yet you treat him as badly as if you were marrying him for love. It is very incorrect and improvident of you. Isabel opened her blue eyes very wide. You don't have to make love to him for 3 hours and more at a stretch, or you would not talk about him in that careless and happy way. I confess that the excellent man's wealth and rank and virtue are unequalled, save perhaps by his dullness, but believe me, there is only one thing on earth more fatiguing than talking to Wrexham, and that is listening to him. Take this as a wrinkle from one who knows. You should adapt yourself to him, my dear. It does not do for a man to know that a woman is cleverer than he is. He doesn't know it. I do, but I have never let him find it out. And as for adapting myself, why, my dear aunt, if you heard me talk to him, you would take me for a land agent or a farm labourer. Hardly, said Lady Farley, who was lazily looking through her list of engagements for the day. Yes, you would. Personally, I prefer talking about hearts and souls and ideals to discussing silos and reaping machines and land bills. But Wrexham dotes upon the latter, so on the latter does my nimble tongue run. Adaptability is my strong point, don't you know? And your weak point, too, my child. You are so exactly what people want you to be that nobody knows what the real you is like. Ah, but I know. More's the pity. Then you know more than I do. Yes, I am wonderfully adaptable. In fact, I have reduced adaptability to a science. I always make myself 5 years younger and 1 degree less intelligent than the man who takes me in to dinner. That is why I am so popular. It is the popular women who make shipwreck of their lives, and the unpopular ones who sail safely into pleasant havens. My experience is that the attractive women get the nice little things, and the unattractive ones the nice big things in this world. And Lady Farley sighed as she sat down to answer invitations. I know, said Isabel, rising from her chair and strolling doorwards. The latter, out of sheer gratitude, marry the first man that asks them, and spend the rest of their lives in returning thanks for his kind inquiry. That night Isabel went with her uncle and aunt to the state concert. The scene was as brilliant as usual, with the gay dresses and uniforms, with the dais for royalty at one end of the great saloon and the musicians' gallery at the other, the intervening space being filled up with the cream of English society. "I say," cried Lord Robert Thistletown, plumping himself down beside them as soon as they had taken their seats, "there will be a sound of revelry this night, without a doubt, for I see a chorus out of one of old Wagner's things down on the programme, and he is the best chap for making a row I ever came across." "You should not speak disrespectfully of Wagner," corrected Isabel. "He is one of the greatest composers, as I am one of the greatest conversationalists of the age." "I am not disrespectful. I only think that compared with you and Wagner, the rest of the world is silence." "I see it is the chorus of flower maidens out of Parsifal," remarked Isabel. "I suppose all those young women in white are the maidens, but which are the flowers, I wonder? Yourself, my dear young friend, you are the flower of the English aristocracy, don't you know?" "Of course I am, yet sometimes I forget that I am a flower, and behave like a stinging nettle. That is when the brilliancy of my wit outruns the benevolence of my heart." "If you lightly touch a nettle," Isabel began. "Exactly so. You have hit the nail on the head, most wise young woman. It is only when you trifle with me that I become dangerous. Grasp me like a man of metal, and you will find that the tighter you squeeze me, the more affectionate shall I become." "I wonder if a man of metal means a warrior or an iron master," remarked Isabel. "It entirely depends upon how you spell the word, and that again depends upon which type of man you prefer to grasp. So it is all a matter of taste." "How absurd you are! Don't the little boys out of the Chapel Royal Choir look dear?" exclaimed Lord Robert, pointing to the orchestra. "It is a sweet dress. I mean to sing in the choir of the Chapel Royal when I am growing up, because the dress is so peculiarly becoming to my style of beauty." "It would be, I should say, and you are just the right size for it, only about 6'2". "Exactly. Scarlet is my color. I was always bent on wearing a scarlet uniform, but I have gone through agonies of indecision as to whether I should attain that end through joining the British Army or the choir of the Chapel Royal. I decided on the former and made a mistake, and a mistake is worse than a crime and only 1 degree better than a virtue." "Then what is your reason for resigning the army in favor of the St. James's choir?" asked Isabel, opening her huge feather fan. "Merely this, that whenever I am called upon to fight or to sing, I invariably run away, and my friends consider that what is a sign of cowardice in the one case becomes an act of public charity in the other, and that therefore the choir is my true vocation and calling." "I should like to hear you sing." "Pardon me, you wouldn't," replied Lord Bobby. "When I overcome my natural diffidence and give tongue, the noise is something tremendous. Walls tremble, foundations shake, and roofs are carried bodily away. One day a traveller in passing through our place asked if there had been a whirlwind or an earthquake or a siege, the devastation was so appalling. But he was told that there had only been a village concert the night before, and my lordship had sung a couple of comic songs. It must be a terrible sound. It is. That is why I so rarely do it. As Shakespeare or Milton or some other old Johnny remarked, it is all very well to have a giant's strength, but to use it as a giant is simply beastly." "Isn't it a brilliant scene?" said Isabel. "I love to see the stars and garters and things, don't you? They are awfully jolly. Don't you think an order would suit me? Then, with my bath upon my shoulder and my garter by my side, I'd be taking some great heiress and be making her my bride." "Has your uncle got his ribbon on?" "Of course. He always takes his bath when he goes to grand parties," replied Isabel. "How nice and clean of him! And that reminds me that my mother was overhauling the school children the other day down at our place at home, and telling them that dirt was very wrong and very unwholesome. But please your ladyship," piped up a little chap, "it's very warm." Wasn't that quite too nice? Delicious. Oh, look at the bishops. Don't they look dear? Simply sweet, just like lovely purple saintly footmen, agreed Bobby. I never saw a saintly footman. But I did. We had one once. He had conscientious scruples against saying "not at home" and laying the wine-glasses for dinner. We bore with that for a long time, because he was 6'3" and very good-looking. But finally it developed into socialism, and he wanted to call the governor Wallingford and my mother Augusta. Then he had to go. And mother made a rule that for the future the footmen might keep bicycles on condition that they did not want to keep consciences as well. What nonsense you do talk, Bobby. I know I do. It is my greatest charm. But here comes Wrexham, so I must resign my seat in his favour, as if he were a party leader. It must be funny to be engaged and always obliged to sit by the same person. Isabel gently fanned herself. "I love variety," continued Bobby, "and I hate having to take the same woman down to dinner twice in the same season. That is one good thing in getting married. You know then that, whatever happens, there is one woman you will never have to take into dinner again as long as you live. It is this thought alone which has inspired the majority of proposals that I have already made." And then Bobby flew off to fresh woods and pastures new, while Lord Wrexham sat down beside Isabel and began to talk to her in his gently instructive manner. Isabel was wrong when she said that her lover had no idea that he bored her. It may be easy for a woman to throw dust in the eyes of the men who only admire her, but the men who love her see too clearly to be blinded by any paltry artifice, and frequently suffer accordingly. Lord Wrexham knew that he bored Isabel, and the knowledge well-nigh broke his heart. But he could no more help boring her than he could help breathing. He made mistakes in his dealings with her, and frequently said the wrong thing. Therefore Isabel was hard upon him. Friendship may pardon our misdeeds, but it is only love that can forgive our mistakes. Nevertheless, Isabel's lover succeeded in making her think that he thought she did not think him stupid, wherein he showed himself the cleverer of the two. "Isn't the room delightfully cool?" remarked Isabel. "It is. The system of ventilation here is admirable. I wish I could introduce it at VERNACRB." "VERNACRB is perfect as it is," said Miss Carnaby graciously, "so please don't begin to improve it. I am a good Liberal, and experience has taught me that there is nothing so deteriorating in its influence as improvement, nor so retrogressive in its tendency as reform." "You are joking," replied Lord Wrexham, kindly explaining to Isabel that she did not mean what she said. "Of course it is true that a too abrupt or sudden improvement partakes more of the nature of revolution than of reform, but a slow and steady tendency in a progressive direction is the only healthy condition for a state as for an individual. Nevertheless, I have noticed that reform generally means discomfort, and that ventilation invariably means draughts. Proper ventilation ought not, however, to mean draughts. It should change the air imperceptibly, without causing a strong current anywhere. But you don't feel a draught here, do you, dear?" inquired his lordship anxiously, looking up at the high windows, "because if so, I will find you another seat at once." "Good gracious, no! How could I on such a broiling night? I should think that even the ministers are warm enough now. Are they not generally? Not in their war paint. Bald heads and silk stockings are very chilly wear. It is like burning the candle at both ends, or rather at neither, as candles are warm instead of cold." "Of course you were always right," replied Isabel, accepting the correction in the letter, but not in the spirit of meekness. weakness. This room really is a lovely sight, isn't it? She was wondering how soon the royalties would arrive. It is. Its proportions are so fine that it never strikes one as large or small, agreed her lover. Oh, I don't mean that it is a fine sight architecturally. I mean the company looks so smart. Everybody is here, that is to say, everybody who is anybody. Well, not quite everybody. You are a little inaccurate, my dear. Some people are asked to the second concert and the first ball instead of to the first concert and the second ball, as we have been, explained Lord Wrexham. I do not know how the Lord Chamberlain picks and chooses, but there is no advantage of one over the other. I expect they divide the people alphabetically, observed Isabel absently, looking towards the entrance at the upper end of the room. I expect so. That is always a most satisfactory plan in lists of any kind. But no, he continued, looking puzzled, that cannot be the system, because I am invited to the first concert, and my name begins with a W. But there is no reason that I can see why the alphabet should not begin at W and end at V, for a change, instead of the old eternal A and Z system, said Isabel wickedly. Lord Wrexham appeared more puzzled than ever. It would be most unusual, and I do not see that any advantage would be gained thereby. It would be a reform, and that is always a distinct advantage, don't you know? Lord Wrexham's face relaxed. Ah, now I see you are laughing at me, he said pleasantly, and after a moment's meditation he began to laugh himself. That was very funny, Isabel, very funny indeed. To begin the alphabet at W by way of a reform. Capital. And as you say, my dear, quite as sensible as many reforms that are suggested. Hush, whispered Isabel, they are coming. And then that silence fell upon everybody which always falls just before something is going to happen, be that something the advent of a royal procession, or only the more everyday occurrence of dawn. The officers of the household entered, walking backwards, and all the company rose to their feet as the orchestra struck up the national anthem. Finally the royalties themselves appeared and bowed to their assembled guests, while the ladies curtsied in response till the room looked like a cornfield when a summer breeze goes by. When everybody was seated, Isabel whispered to Lord Wrexham, I do love anything in the shape of a function. It gives me a thrill all down my back. Do you ever have thrills down your back? Lord Wrexham considered for a moment. He never answered a question hurriedly, lest he should thereby be led into inaccuracy. No, I cannot say that I ever do, unless I am suffering from the effects of a chill. Then there must be something wrong with your back, if God Save the Queen does not send a thrill all down it. I would consult a spine doctor if I were you, a bacteriologist, I suppose one would call him. If you feel a sensation of that kind now, I feel sure you must be sitting in a draught. I can account for it in no other way, said Lord Wrexham, his kind face clouded over with lover-like anxiety. Nonsense, replied Isabel rather sharply. What I feel is no draught, but a deeply rooted human instinct, which cries out for functions both in church and state. And that instinct will have to be eradicated before all forms of royalty and ritualism can be abolished from this best of all possible worlds. It takes a strong government to disestablish an instinct. I cannot quite follow you, dear. You go too quickly for a slow old coach like myself, and I am mentally out of breath with trying to keep up with you. What connection can a draught down one's back have with established methods of worship and government? Never mind about following me. I am not worth the trouble, and we must not talk any more. The music is beginning. After the music began, strange and disturbing thoughts whirled through Isabel's mind. Whether it was because the beauty of sight and sound stimulated her emotional nature, she could not tell, but the old aching hunger for Paul, which she had succeeded in stifling for so long, woke up and would not be put to silence. She looked at the gorgeous scene around her and realized that the world had given her of its best. She had bartered her heart and her soul for its glory and honor, and the price had been paid her to the uttermost farthing. She had nothing to complain of on that score, and she was too clever and experienced a woman to call the triumph she had accomplished dust and ashes. It was a good enough thing in its way, only it was not Paul. And Paul, unfortunately, was the only thing that she cared for. It is absurd to call worldly success worthless because it does not happen to be the precise thing that we personally desire, just as it would be absurd to call roast beef uneatable when we happen to be thirsty rather than hungry. But we want what we want, and not what is suitable or convenient or wise, and nothing else in the whole world will satisfy us. It is one of the saddest, if not one of the most comforting things in life, that when people have caught a glimpse of the best, the second best can never again content them. If they have once, be it only for a moment, worn the best robe and sat down to the feast, they will never more really enjoy the husks of the far country, even though the citizens of that country prepare the same with their most delicate arts and serve them up on gold plate. Unwise men do not consider this, and fools do not understand it, so that the former find out too late that their souls must be starved to death for lack of that better thing which they once so carelessly threw away, while the latter enjoy their husky diet in peace, unknowing that there is any better thing at all. Isabel Carnaby belonged to the former class. She was wise enough to recognize the best when she saw it, and foolish enough, having seen it, to let it go. She might have been a happy woman had she had more heart or less, but now such as she had was breaking. Suddenly the veil, which she had so carefully draped in front of her inner life, was ruthlessly torn away, and the ideal self, whom she thought she had slain, woke up in the renewed strength of a long slumber. And she knew that she loved Paul, as she had loved him in the beginning, and as she would love him to the end, and that no other man could ever supplant him in her love or in her life. She could have laughed aloud at the grim irony of the thing, as she realized that the brilliant scene around her, with its perfection of everything that civilization has to offer, was as nothing in her eyes in comparison with a quaint little chapel in an old-fashioned country town, where she and Paul once stood side by side and sang a hymn together. How these people would laugh at me, she said to herself, if they knew that I would gladly give up all the best music of the finest orchestras in London to hear once more "There is a Land of Pure Delight" sung in a Methodist chapel. But all the same, I would. When the concert was over and they went into the supper room, Isabel was strangely quiet and subdued, which convinced Lord Wrexham more forcibly than ever that she had been sitting in a draught and would be ill next day. "My dear, I wish you had a little wrap with you," he said, "to put on when you walk along the corridors and through the drawing-rooms." "Well, I haven't," replied Isabel. "I am so fond of giving little wraps to my friends that I don't keep any myself, which perhaps is too altruistic on my part." When they had had supper and were leaving the palace, Lord Robert Thistletown drew Isabel on one side. "I only just want to say good-bye to you," he said, and she saw, to her surprise, that his usually rosy face was very white. "Why, wherever are you going to, Bobby, that you should say good-bye instead of good-night?" "I am starting with my regiment for India to-morrow. There is some nasty fighting out there, don't you know, and we are ordered to the front." "Oh, Bobby!" "Of course, it is a piece of awfully good luck for me to see active service so soon, and I should be wild with delight if it wasn't for Violet. But somehow the things you want always seem to come to you just as soon as you've left off wanting them." "Have you spoken to Violet?" asked Isabel. "I did not mean to. I thought it was more honorable to leave her free till I came back, and all that sort of thing. But I went to say good-bye to her today, and it somehow popped out without my intending it. I am afraid I was rather a selfish brute to tell her, considering how young she is, but she looked so pretty I could not help it." And Bobby tugged at his moustache regretfully. "Don't regret it," said Isabel earnestly. "Men have an idiotic notion that it is the proper thing to keep a woman in ignorance of the fact that they love her, till they are ready with the marriage settlements. It never appears to occur to them that to her the settlements are of no importance compared with the love." "And I'm so poor that when we get to the settlements they'll only be straight settlements," replied Bobby, with a rueful attempt to laugh. "Never mind that. Always remember that to a man love-making is the prologue to marriage, but to a woman marriage is the epilogue to making love." "Then good-bye," whispered Lord Bobby, squeezing her hand very tight, and manfully swallowing down a silly lump that would come in his throat. "And if I am potted by the niggers, you'll comfort my little girl, won't you, and teach her to forget?" Isabel's eyes filled with tears. "My dear boy, I cannot teach her that, for I have not learnt it myself. It is an art never mastered by women. But I will teach her that there is really no such thing as forgetfulness, just as there is really no such thing as death." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 19. Among the Wounded. There were many who strove in the battle of life, who shared in the struggle and joined in the strife, and fought to their utmost breath. But some stood aside while the battle rolled by, and lifted to heaven an agonized cry. "We are wounded," they said, "to the death." "Wrexham," said Isabel to her lover the next day as they were sitting in the drawing-room in Prince's Gate, "I am going to make you unhappy, but I cannot help it." Lord Wrexham's face grew anxious. I know what it is. You caught cold last night, and you fear you are going to be ill. I was afraid there was a draught all the time. No, it isn't that. It is something much worse, replied Isabel gently. She was very patient with Wrexham now. Then tell me the worst at once. I cannot bear suspense where you are concerned. Please don't mind very much, dear, said Isabel, laying her hand caressingly on his coat sleeve, but I cannot marry you. Lord Wrexham turned very white. Cannot marry me? Whatever do you mean? I mean that I have been deceiving myself all along, and that I do not really love you, though I admire and esteem and respect you with all my heart. But, my dearest, I never for a moment supposed that you did love me. I used sometimes to pretend to myself that you did, because it made me so happy. But I really knew all the time that it was absurd to expect a brilliant and attractive woman like you to fall in love with such a stupid old fellow as I am. I only asked to be allowed to love you, and I ask that still. But it isn't fair to take the best that you have to offer, and only to give you scraps in return, cried Isabel. I am the best judge of that, and surely if I am content it is all right. But it isn't all right, Wrexham. I love someone else. Lord Wrexham shaded his face with his hand. Well, was all he said, but the voice in which said it was not his own. Isabel's eyes were full of pity as she looked at him. I will be candid with you at last, she said, but please remember that it was myself I was deceiving, and not you. Even I could not sink so low as to wilfully deceive such a good man as you are. My dear, do not excuse yourself to me. Remember that whatever you do or leave undone I shall never blame you, nor allow anyone else to do so. My queen cannot do wrong. I was angry with Paul Seaton because I thought he had ceased to love me, continued Isabel hurriedly. I had no right to think so, but I got the idea in my head, and it would not go. And I was so wild with anger and misery that I said hard and cruel things to him that can never be forgiven, and I drove him out of my life, and pretended that I did not mind. My poor wayward, petulant child! And then I persuaded myself that I did not care for the deeper things of life, but could be happy with money and rank and pleasure and such trifles as these. And people flattered me and admired me, and I thought that I was content, and that my love for Paul had been only a girlish fancy. Lord Wrexham drew his breath hard, but he did not speak. But after a time I found myself growing hard and bitter, and I knew my youth was going, and that I had nothing to show for it. And then you came by, and offered me everything that society counts worth having. I was a woman of the world, and I knew that if I became Lady Wrexham, my apparent failure would be changed into a glorious success. So I accepted you. I see. Yet I was not altogether base, Isabel went on. I love you in a restful, prosaic kind of way, and I thought that would be enough, and that the sort of love I had given to Paul was a dream of the past which I could never dream again. But I was wrong. My love for Paul Seaton is no half forgotten vision, but the strongest thing in me, and I cannot marry any other man. My darling, I quite understand, said Lord Wrexham. It was only natural that a dull man like myself should fail to win your love. You could not help it any more than I could, so we are neither of us to blame. Isabel shook her head. It was not that. It had nothing to do with you. Whatever you had been, it would have made no difference. You were not Paul, and that was all that mattered to me." "But Mr. Seaton is a clever man, and a very brilliant writer," said Lord Wrexham generously, though he took care to use the prefix Mr. "That has nothing to do with it either. He is clever, I admit, and kind and good. But so are scores of other men I have known. I cannot tell you why I love him so much. I only know that to me he is the only man in the whole world, and always will be." "My dear, I hope you will be very happy with him," and the kind voice trembled. "Oh, no, there is no chance of that. I have offended him past all forgiveness. Please don't think I have broken off my engagement with you because I am going to marry my old lover. I shall not marry anybody, but shall count as one of society's failures, and people will pity me as they see me growing old by myself. Yet I shall not be altogether hard and bitter, because I have tasted what love is like, and having once tasted it, even though I dashed the cup from my lips with my own hands, I can never drink of the any other. But oh, Wrexham, how can I ever forgive myself for having hurt you?" And then Isabel's torrent of words was stopped by a torrent of tears. Lord Wrexham rose from his chair and laid his hand on her bowed head. "My dear, there must never be any question of forgiveness between you and me, for I was yours to do what you liked with. We both made a mistake, you in thinking that you could be content with me, and I in dreaming that I could make you happy. But if ever you get tired of growing old alone, remember that there are always one man's heart and hand waiting for you, if you should choose to take them." And before Isabel could answer him, he was gone. "Always one man's heart and hand waiting for me, even when I grow old and horrid," she said to herself through her tears, and he never remembered that there was VERNACRB and coronet as well. How good he is, and what a gentleman! During the next few weeks Isabel devoted herself to the comforting of Violet Esdale, who accepted the consolation with the egotism of youth, never noticing that the heart of the comforter was even heavier than her own. To Violet the whole world was one huge background to Bobby Thistleton, and all other persons and events mere incidents therein, just as one sometimes sees prints of the Duke of Wellington with the Battle of Waterloo and the Great Exhibition of '51 thrown in, as small adjuncts to the distant view, to add lustre to the central figure. We most of us have portraits of this kind hidden away somewhere in our hearts, and to a person with a sense of humor it would be interesting to note the relative importance of the figures and their surroundings. At first sight it seems funny that the University of Oxford should have been founded by King Alfred, and enriched by the art and learning of the centuries, merely to serve as a background for one particular graduate, or that London should have out Babyloned Babylon, and become the greatest city in the world, in order to supply the near distance for the portrait of one special woman. But look at with the seeing eye and the understanding heart, these things are not really funny at all, any more than it is funny for the cluster of the Pleiades to take up apparently less space than an ordinary wedding ring, or for the great nebula in Orion to seem more insignificant than the hand of a little child. Many times a day did Isabel listen to a catalogue of Bobby's excellencies, and many times a day did she willingly say amen to them all, for though Violet was too young to think that any man mattered except Bobby, Isabel was old enough to know that all men mattered because of Paul. So Isabel went down to Eskdale Court with her relations, and there spent her days in talking about Bobby and her nights in dreaming about Paul. There was one dreadful day at Eskdale when Bobby's name appeared in the list of the wounded, and a glorious one when England rang with his praises, because the news came that he had received his wounds in going back under fire, after he had himself reached a place of safety, to rescue a fallen comrade. Then followed one of those wretched weeks when the days are punctuated by telegrams and bulletins instead of by mealtimes and sunrisings. And after a time there came one of those blessed seasons, known to most of us, when those who have come back from the gates of the grave combine the pathetic sacredness of the dead with the sweet familiarity of the living, and we feel that we can never be angry with their faults, nor irritated by their follies any more. Of course we can, and are, and shall be, because there is much that is human both in us and them, but at first we do not believe it possible, because there is also in both of us something that is divine. It was in this same summer, though rather earlier than the date of Lord Robert Thistleton's going to India, that the editor of the Hours died, and it was generally supposed in literary circles that the brilliant young writer, Paul Seaton, would take his place. There were many who hoped for the post, as it was one which united great political influence with considerable pecuniary advantage, but there was no doubt in the minds of the initiated that Seaton was the man for the place, as in addition to his qualification as a man of letters, his political views were almost identical with those of Sir John Shelford, the proprietor of the paper. Early in June Paul ran down home for a week, to discuss with his people the change in his life and fortunes which appeared imminent, for to Paul himself, as to the rest of his profession, his selection as editor of the Hours seemed a foregone conclusion. There were other reasons, besides the satisfying of his ambition, that made Paul greatly desire this appointment. As the editor of the Pendulum he was a poor man, but as the editor of the Hours he would be a rich one, and he specially wanted money just then, as things were looking dark at the cottage at Clateford. For the last few months Joanna's health had been causing much anxiety to her parents, and Mrs. Seaton was not as strong as she had been, and it is in times of sickness and adversity that the pinch of poverty hurts most. "Do you very much want to be the editor of the Hours?" asked Joanna one day. "Yes," answered Paul, "more than I thought I should ever want anything again. Besides the pay, which it would be an affliction to pretend that I am indifferent to, it is a position of such tremendous influence. The editor of the Hours sways more opinions than I should like to say." "You are very fond of power, Paul," said his mother. Paul smiled sadly. "It is all that is left to me, you see, and a man must have something to set his heart upon." One morning, when Paul was the last to appear at the breakfast table, Joanna greeted him with the cry, "There is a letter for you from the office of the Hours, and I'm sure it is to say the appointment is yours." Paul broke the seal and found it was a communication from John Shepherd. It was kind enough letter, and full of regrets, but Sir John said that he could not consciously give a post of such far-reaching influence as that of editor of the Hours to the man who wrote Shams and Shadows. Paul's political views, he added, were his own, Paul's literary style and knowledge all that could be desired. Nevertheless, it would not be right for the man who had more to do, perhaps, with the forming of public opinion in England than any other, to be held responsible for the unsound political teachings and the untrue philosophy of life which were found in the pages of Shams and Shadows. Sir John went on to speak in most flattering terms of some better thing, and to say that such a book placed its author in the first rank of living men of letters. But, he continued, you are too much a man of the world to need telling that litera scripta manet, and that what a man has written he has written, and he showed that, because of Shams and Shadows, Paul could never realize his ambition and become the editor of the Hours. There was silence for a few moments after Paul had ceased reading, and Mrs. Seton began to cry quietly behind the coffee pot. "Never mind, mother," he said manfully, though his face was pale and tired. "It is no good making a trouble of things. I don't deny that it is a disappointment, but I can bear it all right if you won't let it make you unhappy." "But it is so hard," sobbed Mrs. Seton, "that a man should be punished for a thing which he repented long ago." "But the world never forgives," sighed the minister. "It is only God and our mothers that can do that." "I think that Shepherd is an old beast," cried Joanna, warmly, "and I hope the new editor, whoever he is, will ruin the paper, and cause all the Shepherds to die in the workhouse." Paul tried to smile. "I cannot help seeing that Shepherd is right. The editor of the Hours must be above suspicion from a literary and political point of view, or else the prestige of the paper will go down at once. Men in positions of great influence should never have anything to explain away." "Well, it seems to me a great shame," repeated Mrs. Seton, wiping her eyes, "that people should be punished for things after they have been sorry, and have done all in their power to undo them." "Still, it is the way of the world," replied Paul. "When a wrong once has been done there is no undoing it. But the punishment must be borne and the debt paid to the uttermost farthing." "It is a most disgusting piece of injustice!" exclaimed Joanna. Paul pretended to go on with his breakfast. "No, it isn't. It is perfectly just. For everything we do or leave undone we must sooner or later pay the bill, and we should take this into account before we give our orders to fate. I am now paying the bill for the writing of Shams and Shadows. But you are sorry that the book ever was written, aren't you?" asked Joanna. "I should rather think I am, far sorrier than any one else can ever be. Still I was a free agent, and what I did with my eyes open, and now that the bill has come in, I mean to pay up like a man and not grumble. It is only a fool that builds a tower or goes to war without counting the cost." "The cost is very heavy this time," said Mr. Seton. "It is bad enough when a thing costs only money, but it is worse when it costs other things." "Shams and Shadows has cost me a good deal more than money," said Paul. "I know it has," replied his father, "and I hope that the debt would have been forgiven you." Paul smiled. It was a vain hope nowadays to imagine that when we go down into Egypt to buy corn, the money will be put back into our sacks' mouths. Sometimes it happens, but only to fortune's favourites, and I have never been one of those. But if we are obliged to pay our bills, we need not talk about them, if you don't mind. So the subject of conversation was changed, but for the rest of the day Joanna murmured to herself at intervals, when nobody was listening, "Old Shepherd is a beast." When the minister and Joanna had gone for their usual walk, Paul sat in the dining room with his mother and her knitting, and played with her ball of wool, just as he had done when he was a little boy. "My dear, where is Isabel Carnaby now?" asked Mrs. Seton suddenly. Paul winced, but he answered quietly, "She is still in town, and is to be married to Lord Wrexham, I believe, at the end of this season. I was very fond of Isabel." "I know you were, mother. So was I." "What sort of a man is Lord Wrexham?" "He is the best type of an English gentleman." "Then you think he will make Isabel happy?" said Mrs. Seton, with a sigh of relief. "I did not say that," replied Paul, dropping the ball of wool on the floor and diving after it. "Do you think he will make her happy?" persisted Mrs. Seton. Paul was silent for a moment before he answered, "Not as happy as I could have made her." "He won't understand her, I suppose?" "No." "Oh, Paul, why did you ever let her go?" "Because I was a poor man. If her marriage with me had involved no sacrifice on her part, I would have fought to the death rather than give her up, and I would have made her marry me in spite of everything, for I know I could have made her happy, but I could not force her to accept poverty after I have seen that she hung back." "But love matters more to a woman than anything else, and she would rather be poor with the man she loves than be rich without him." "I don't think that you and Joanna quite understand how much wealth and rank and things of that kind matter to a woman brought up as Isabel has been," said Paul. "To you they are outside considerations which do not enter into your inner life at all, but to her they are the very air she breathes." "Then do you mean to say that she could not be happy without them?" "No, I don't. I think, on the contrary, that it is not in the nature of such things to make Isabel happy, but she would have to resign them of her own free will. I could hardly force her to sacrifice them because I happen to think she could be happy without them, especially as my own happiness depended upon her sacrifice." "I see what you mean. Had she chosen poverty you would have made it sweet to her, but you did not feel at liberty to force poverty upon her against her will." "That was just it," continued Paul. "As long as I saw that my love satisfied her, I knew that I held her happiness in the hollow of my hand, and I was not afraid of poverty for herself or for me. But when I found that she was beginning to shrink from the hard life she had chosen, I felt it was but manly to let her go." "Do you know I was afraid at one time that you had been hard on her, my dear?" "So I was at first, hard and bitter and proud, but when love comes on to the scene, pride has to knuckle under and hardness soon melts away. Just at first, I own, my pride held me back from her, because of some things she had said, but I soon forgave her, as I knew she was angry at the time and did not mean them, and I should have forgiven her just the same, even if she had," he added, smiling at himself. "Do you still care for her?" asked Mrs. Seton, knitting furiously in her excitement. "Yes, nothing can ever alter that. Isabel will always be the one woman in the world to me." "Then why, oh why don't you go and tell her so, and beg her to come back to you and let bygones be bygones?" "I have told you, simply because she was rich and I was poor. If it had been the other way I would have made her come back to me, and would have held her against the whole world. I could easily have put my own pride into my pocket, but her comfort was a different thing, and could not be so easily disposed of." "But if she were rich and you were poor, you must remember also that she was a woman and you were a man, and that the first advances should have come from you. The pride of womanhood is stronger instinct than the pride of poverty," persisted Mrs. Seton. "And then you must not forget shams and shadows." "I am hardly likely to do so," replied Paul, rather bitterly. "At present there seems no necessity for me to keep a bookmarker in that excellent work to prevent it from slipping from my memory altogether." "But, my dear boy, do you mean to tell me that even after Shams and Shadows, with its cruel satire against a woman of fashion, was published, you expected Isabel to come back to you of her own accord?" "Yes, I did." "Ah, Paul, you did not understand women." "Evidently not. Worse luck for me." Mrs. Seton's eyes filled with tears. "I am afraid you have made a great mistake, my dear." "I am always making them, and I find they come very expensive in the end. But I think I'll go out for a walk now. I've got such a thundering headache," said Paul, rising from his chair. "I would, love. It will do you good." But when he reached the door Paul turned back, and knelt down beside Mrs. Seton's chair, and put his arms round her, as he used to do when he was a little child. "I don't know how it is," he said, "but everything I care for turns to disappointment, just as it seems to be within my grasp. I was so sure of myself, and meant to be such a brilliant success, and yet I have failed all along the line. Oh, mother, comfort me." And his mother comforted him as only his mother could. End of chapter 19. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 20 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 20. JOANNA. There is many a cruel thorn, many a roaring lion, many a stone by footsteps worn, on the road that leads to Zion. Early in October Isabel came back to town, and again took up her abode at her uncle's house in Prince's Gate. Lady Farley had been naturally much disappointed at the breaking off of her niece's engagement with Lord Wrexham, but she was too just not to see that, after all, Isabel was old enough to please herself, and that a woman on the threshold of the 30s was too old to be scolded. She was perfectly conscious that, from a social point of view, Isabel was fast writing herself down a failure, and therefore, for the first time in her life, Lady Farley did not disguise from her niece her high opinion of that niece's attractions. Like Horace Walpole, Lady Farley knew her world, and she had learned that it is when we fail that a little flattery is beneficial to us, also that we do not thank the friend who admires our excellencies, but for the stranger who openly exalts the strength of our weak places we reserve our undying devotion. So her ladyship was very complimentary to Isabel just then. The first Sunday afternoon after Isabel's return, Edgar Ford called at the Farleys, and after a few customary banalities, Miss Carnaby inquired how the Setons were getting on. "Not at all very well, I am sorry to say," replied Edgar. "Joanna is very ill, and Mrs. Seton seems to be breaking up." "Oh, I am so sorry. Do tell me all about them," begged Isabel. "Poor Joanna has been ailing all summer, and now the doctors say that the only thing that could save her life would be a winter at Davos, and that she will run the greatest risk if she attempts to remain in England. Isabel's eyes filled with tears. Somehow lately all the gilt and the sunshine on things had vanished, and she kept seeing the underlying sadness of life whichever way she turned. "Of course the Seatons are not at all well off," continued Edgar, "and a winter abroad is always a costly business for anyone. But Paul, I believe, is ready to defray all Joanna's expenses, so that no burden shall fall upon his father. The difficulty, however, is that there is no one to go with her, and she is far too delicate to go alone." "That is a serious difficulty," said Lady Farley. "They cannot find anyone who happens to be going and who would take charge of her. Besides, it would be hard for the poor girl to go out, perhaps to die, with strangers, and the journey would kill Mr. or Mrs. Seaton right out, if they could afford it." "Couldn't her brother take her?" Lady Farley suggested. Edgar shook his head. He could not possibly spare the time. He is such an unselfish fellow that he would gladly go with Joanna if it could be managed, and take every care of her, but he could not leave London for several months without resigning his appointment as editor of the Pendulum, and if he did that, he could not afford to pay even Joanna's expenses, much less his own. Then Lady Farley, being tired of the Seatons as a subject of conversation, began to talk about other things, while Isabel dispensed the tea which had just been brought in. "I'm afraid I must be off," Edgar said at last, "for I am going to the service at St. James's Hall to night, and it is impossible to get a seat unless one is there half an hour before time." "I have never been," said Isabel. "I should like to go and see what it is like." She felt great leanings towards anything connected with Methodism just then, not from any special sympathy with the teachings of John Wesley, but simply because Methodism, like yellow roses, reminded her of Paul. "Then come with me now. I will take great care of her, Lady Farley, and bring her back safe and sound." "Yes, go, my dear," said her ladyship kindly, "if you think it will interest you." Lady Farley regarded religious services as she regarded love affairs, namely as seemly diversions pour passer le temps. So Isabel ran upstairs to put on what women call her things, and then she and Edgar repaired to St. James's Hall. When they arrived there the hall was practically full, though it was a good half hour before the beginning of the service. But the congregation kept streaming in, and by 7 o'clock every corner was densely packed, and people were standing in the doorways and the passages. "This crowded audience looks more like a political meeting than a religious service," whispered Isabel to Edgar, with a surprise which we all feel when God, for the time being, occupies public attention to the exclusion of man, and heaven instead of earth becomes the topic of the hour. "It is a wonderful sight," Edgar whispered back. "There is nothing like it in London." The whole scene stirred Isabel strangely. Not only was the crowd very large, but it consisted chiefly of men. A great number of them were soldiers in their scarlet uniforms, and almost all of them were counted among those poor to whom it had been promised that the gospel shall be preached. These were none of the well-to-do people who go to church or chapel, as they go to court, because it is the correct thing to pay homage to the heavenly as to the earthly sovereign, but working men, whose hearts as well as whose hands had been scarred and hardened by the ceaseless grind of poverty and toil. On the platform behind the minister's desk sat a row of sweet-faced sisters of the poor, in their plain black gowns and long grey veils, while again behind them came the band, and a crowd of workers, filling the enormous platform of St. James's Hall up to the roof. A less emotional woman than Isabel Carnaby would have been thrilled at the sound of a hymn sung by so vast a concourse of people, and at the sight of so large a number gathered together with one accord in one place, and when the time for the sermon came, and the preacher showed forth some of the sorrows of the world, and echoed its great cry for help, she felt that there was no resisting that appeal. Until now she had been one of the careless daughters, one of the women that are at ease, and she had been deaf to the weeping and the wailing inside the prison walls of poverty, but at least her ears had been opened, and she had heard the sorrowful sighing of the prisoners appointed to die, and she felt she must be up and doing, and must take her part in stemming the torrent of the world's great flood of tears. She and Edgar said little on their way home, and each understood that the heart of the other was too full for speech. The next day Isabel wrote the following letter: My dear Miss Seaton, I am so dreadfully sorry to hear from Mr. Ford that Joanna is ill. I cannot tell you unhappy it has made me, but I think you will understand without being told. I am full of hope that a winter at Davos will set her right again, as I have known it work such wonderful cures. But I hear your difficulty is that she can find nobody to accompany her, and therefore I am writing to ask if I may offer my services. I would promise to take every care of her, and my maid, who is an experienced nurse as well as a most faithful old servant, would look after us both. I could be ready to start in a fortnight from now, and could arrange to stay as far into the spring as the doctors thought desirable on Joanna's account. Yours lovingly, Isabel Carnaby. This letter brought great joy to the little home at Chaford. Mrs. Seaton's first impulse was to close with Isabel's offer at once, as to ensure a chance of recovery for Joanna, but she felt that anything connected with Isabel was Paul's business, and that therefore she could settle nothing without consulting him. She wrote a loving letter to Isabel, telling the latter how grateful both Joanna and her parents were for this great kindness, but that Paul was undertaking the entire management of his sister's journey, so that final arrangement must rest with him. Then Mrs. Seaton forwarded Isabel's letter to Paul, bidding him deal with it as he thought best. I am not doing this in order to bring Paul and Isabel together again, she said to herself, but entirely on Joanna's account. I should have done just the same had Miss Delicote made the offer instead of Isabel, for it clearly Paul's duty to make all the arrangements he can for his sister's comfort. It is purely a matter of business. Then a smile stole round the corners of her mouth, as she added, It will all come right again as soon as they see each other, and my boy will be happy as he deserves to be. For Paul's mother had heard of the breaking off of the Wexford engagement, and had drawn her own conclusions. A day or two after this, Isabel received a letter from Paul. My dear Miss Carnaby, my mother has forwarded to me your most kind and generous offer of help to us in our present difficulty, as it is I who am taking the responsibility of Joanna's illness. I feel that we cannot refuse this offer without due consideration, because the plan that you propose would prove such an inestimable benefit to my sister, nor can we, on the other hand, accept it without due consideration, because it would be a most serious undertaking for you. Therefore, if you will allow me, I will call upon you tomorrow afternoon to discuss the matter more fully than we can do by letter. Yours gratefully, Paul Seaton. As Paul wrote above, he laughed at his own folly. What a fool I am, he said to himself. Of course I could manage it perfectly by writing, if I wanted to do so, but I am as excited as a boy of 20 at the mere idea of seeing her face and hearing her voice again. I wonder if Lord Wrexham minded being thrown over by her as much as I did. If so, I pity him with all my heart. So Paul Seaton and Isabel Carnaby saw each other face to face once more. Because they were well-bred people, and moreover, a man and woman of the world, they met apparently with perfect ease, and without any disquieting emotion, although Paul's heart beat like a regimental drum all the time, and Isabel felt if a little bird were fluttering in the middle of her throat. A casual observer would have thought that they were ordinary acquaintances who had seen each other the day before, and the only difference that the most experienced eye could have detected was that they were neither quite as clever as usual. They did not seem to look at one another with any special attention, and yet in the first 10 seconds that they were together Paul knew that Isabel was thinner than of old, and that there had come a tired look into the blue eyes, and Isabel perceived that there were many grey hairs round Paul's temples, and that she and time together had managed to plough some deep furrows across his forehead. "How do you do?" began Isabel, taking a shade faster than her wont. "It is very good of such a busy man to spare the time to come and see me." "It is very good of you to let me come," replied Paul, "but it is so much easier to talk over plans than to write about them." "Then let us get to business at once," suggested Isabel hurriedly, "as I dare say you have not much time to spare." She really meant that she had not much courage to spare, but we so rarely say what we actually mean. And why should we? The understanding people know without our saying, and it doesn't matter whether the stupid ones know or not. "Certainly," agreed Paul, who happened to be one of the most understanding people. "I know it is very bad manners to be in a hurry, but unfortunately I nearly always am. I believe my health will be permanently impaired by the scalding state in which I always have to swallow cups of tea during afternoon calls. Long and bitter experience has taught me that unless you can fly before you hear the distant rattle of the teacups, you are lost. If once tea is within earshot, escape becomes impossible till the cup is drained to the dregs. If you leave in the interval between the sound of tea and its outpouring, you somehow cast a slur upon the quickness of your hostess's servant." Paul knew perfectly well about that little bird fluttering in Isabel's throat, and he talked on at random in order to give her time to recover herself. She laughed. "Well, I am glad that the tea is here now, so that you can have a cup at once and drink it at your leisure." "Thank you. And now about Joanna. I cannot tell you how grateful I am to you for your most kind suggestion. But before we go into that, I want you to consider what it will mean to you. At present I think you have no idea of the sacrifice which it will involve on your part." "I don't mind that. The greater the sacrifice the better it will be for me. You see I have done nothing but help myself for 30 years, and now I think it is time I began to help other people." "But this is such a big beginning," persisted Paul. "It means shutting yourself up for 6 months in an atmosphere of sickness and possibly death, and this is a tremendous undertaking for any woman, especially for one who has hitherto had all the wheels of life oiled for her. But think of Joanna." "I am trying not to think of her till I have done thinking of you. Of course my first impulse was to thank you on my knees for thus coming to our help, but you must be considered as well as Joanna, and I am not sure that I should be justified in letting you make so great a sacrifice for anyone who has after all no claim upon you." And Paul got up from his seat and looked out of the window so that Isabel might not see his face. Isabel's eyes grew wistful. "Please don't stop me now at last am trying to be good." "Heaven forbid! But the path of duty is not easy walking, and I would carry you over the rough places if I could, but the way is thorny and your feet are very tender," replied Paul gently. "Nevertheless, I am going, and I cannot help you, much as I should wish it. If Joanna became much worse I should come out to her once, but I could not afford the time to stay with her long, as the unavoidable expenses of her illness will make me specially busy all this winter." "Nevertheless, I am going," repeated Isabel. "You have definitely made up your mind?" "Yes." "What does Lady Farley say about it?" asked Paul. "She says I am old enough and wise enough to please myself, and to know my own business best." "Then, if your decision is now made, and my words are powerless to affect you one way or another, I may tell you what this act of yours means to me and my people. It will probably be the saving of Joanna's life. At any rate, it is giving her the one chance she has of recovery, and without you this one chance would have been denied her. After I told you this, all expressions of gratitude will be superfluous, I think." "Yes. Please don't thank me. I don't want to be thanked," said Isabel breathlessly. "Let us make all the necessary arrangements, for Joanna and I ought to be starting soon, if this foggy weather continues." So Paul and Isabel set to work to plan poor Joanna's exodus out of England before the winter actually set in, and 3 weeks after this interview Isabel and Joanna went out to Davos Platz together, with the former's faithful old nurse to take care of and look after them. The new life was very interesting to Isabel. She had hitherto lived in a world where sickness and death were put out of sight and forgotten as far as possible, but now she was suddenly plunged into the midst of society of people who were all either ill or anxious, but these bore it bravely, and put on a cheerful courage, and if she had not known that all was not well with them, she would have found them pretty much the same as happier folks. Joanna specially interested Isabel, and the two women were drawn very close together. Neither had ever had a sister, and a woman who has never had a sister has missed something which can never be made up to her in this world. Women who have no sisters share their confidences with their friends or their sisters-in-law, just as men who have no legs walk about on cork or wooden ones. But perfect satisfaction is not found in makeshifts. However, anything is better than nothing, so Isabel and Joanna found much pleasure in each other's society. Joanna did not talk much about herself, but when she did, it was with perfect ease and cheerfulness. She had brought up in a circle where the things which are seen and temporal are not more familiar or real than the things which are unseen and eternal, and this familiarity and sense of nearness is of good comfort to such souls as feel forebodings of the chill and the darkness of the great shadow. "I minded dreadfully being ill at first," she said one day to Isabel, as they had been some weeks together, and their friendship was established. "I had meant to do so much work for God in my own little world. I was really doing it. It seemed rather hard to be suddenly put on the shelf as of no further use. I was actually getting so conceited that I thought none of the classes or meetings in Chaford would get on properly without me, and yet my mother says in her last letter that my Bible class has increased in numbers since Miss Dallcott became leader in my place, while Dorcas meeting is doing more work than ever. As for my district, Alice Martin took it, and the people simply adore her. She is so sweet and pretty and speak to them so beautifully. So the Lord can carry on his work without my help, though at one time I doubted it. And Joanna laughed. I did not know that Alice was good at work of that kind. She is. She is simply splendid. In the first place, she is very pretty, and that has a tremendous influence. It would take me 20 visits to the poor to win as much love as she gains in one. But I did not know she was so religious. She was always good and amiable, replied Joanna, even when she was quite a child. But lately she has been a great deal under Edgar Ford's influence, and has learned from him the importance of our responsibility to the poor. She will do more good in my district than I have ever done. I suppose the world could do without any of us, said Isabel sadly. None of us are indispensable to anything or anybody. Joanna shook her head. The world might, but God couldn't. Oh, you said that he could. Oh, no, I didn't. I said that he could carry on his work without us, which is quite a different thing. Isabel looked puzzled. What is the difference? Don't you see? It is like this. When I was a little girl, father always allowed me to open his letters with a small paper knife. I used to love doing it. I felt so important, and I imagined that if it hadn't been for me, father's letters would have permanently remained unopened. I used to say nearly every day, "You couldn't do without me, could you, father?" And he always answered, "No." Of course father could have opened all his letters well enough without my help, but he couldn't have done without me all the same. How good you are, dear Joanna. Indeed I am not. I only wish I were, but I am ill, and when one is ill one has plenty of time to think, and I have come to the conclusion that God knows his own business best, and that he must often smile at us tenderly when he sees us so ready to help him with our advice. He knows everything, and he says that certain things will be best for us. We know next to our nothing, and yet, like Beatrice, we are at him upon our knees every morning and evening, to prove to him that he is mistaken and that we know better. He really is rather humorous. Then you have learnt to leave everything to him, and not to worry. I hope I have, replied Joanna. I don't deny that it has been a difficult lesson. At one time, like everybody else, I thought that I knew better than God, and I tried my utmost to teach him what was the right thing for me, and for Methodism, and for Christianity at large, and I confess that I was grieved, not to say reproachful, for he did not follow my advice. But now I just sit still and let him take all the responsibility. It must be very restful, sighed Isabel. It is. If you went on a long voyage, it would be very tired to spend all your time in trying to steer the ship by beating against the bulwarks with your hands, and very ineffectual and foolish. Then why behave then absurdly on the voyage of life? For our pilot never makes mistakes. It was not till the two friends became very intimate that they began to talk about Paul, though they both spent much time in thinking about him. But at last even that barrier of reserve gave way, as most barriers do if only a tete-a-tete be long enough, and Paul's sister soon discovered that Isabel still loved Paul. My dear, why don't you just ask him to come back to you? Asked Joanna abruptly. Oh, I couldn't. I should be ashamed, after the way I have treated him. Then do you mean to let your pride spoil both your life and his? Isabel did not answer, and Joanna continued. When people come to where I am now, they look at life so differently from how they used to look when the end of the road was not in sight, and they see that things which once seemed important are trivial, and the things which once seemed trivial are the only things that matter. When you stand where I am standing, you won't care a scrap whether your pride and your self-respect receive their due, but you will care indefinitely whether you and Paul are together, or whether you will have to go down into the dark valley all alone. Isabel began to cry quietly. Don't cry, Isabel. I am so sorry that I have upset you, and I hate to talk in this horrid, depressing way, but I felt I must tell you just once that, when the end comes, you will find that nothing really matters except the love of God and our love for each other, and I want you to realize this before it is too late. Isabel came and knelt down by Joanna's sofa. Do you think that Paul could forgive me? She asked. I should think so. There is nothing that real love cannot forgive, and I am sure that Paul really loved you. How do you know so much about love, Joanna? I can't tell. I suppose every woman knows all about it, whether she has tasted it or not. That is one of the things that I used to think I could teach the Lord. I imagined that it was best for me, and for every other woman, to live the ordinary woman's happy life. But God knew better, and so love passed me by. Poor Joanna! Joanna rested her cheek against Isabel's. You need not pity me now, dear. I have long ceased to mind, though I did dreadfully at one time. But when God withholds a thing from us, he always gives us something better in its place. It is hard, I admit, to stand alone on Pisgah, and to see the others going on without us into the promised land. But Pisgah and its disappointment are forgotten after we have stood for a moment upon the Mount of Transfiguration, and have caught glimpses of the glory which shall be revealed. After a moment's silence, Isabel said softly, I don't believe there ever was anybody so good as you and Paul. Paul is a good man. No one but father and mother and I quite know how good I think. I do, whispered Isabel. Of course he gets angry sometimes, continued Joanna, and is stern and self-willed and masterful, but he is very gentle and tender underneath, and very unselfish. There is only one thing he has ever done which has really grieved me, and which seemed to me to be inconsistent with the rest of his character. But I suppose when men are very unhappy and bitter they do things for which they are hardly accountable. Still I wish Paul had not written Shams and Shadows. He never did write it, cried Isabel, looking up through her tears. He was far too good and true and noble to write such a nasty, sneering book as that. He could not have done it if he tried. Then if Paul didn't write it, who did? I did, replied Isabel with a sob. I was angry with myself and therefore with everything else, and I wrote that horrid book in a fit of temper, and when I saw how people hated it, I was ashamed, and felt I could not bear the disgrace of being known as its author, and then Paul saved me from the consequence of my own folly, and bore the punishment instead of me. End of chapter 20. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 21 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 21 As It Was in the Beginning. Sometimes mortals find the portals of the fairy land, and they straightway through the gateway enter hand in hand. There was a long silence. Then Joanna said gently, "Are you doubted if he loved you after this?" Isabel only sobbed. "My dear, I am very glad you have told me," Joanna continued, as she softly stroked Isabel's hair. "It is an unspeakable joy to me to find that Paul never really fell below himself after all. But you mustn't tell anyone else. It is now Paul's secret and not yours." "Oh, I must. I must tell the whole world how good Paul has been, and how vilely and cruelly it has misjudged him." "You must do nothing of the kind. If Paul has jeopardized his literary reputation to keep a secret, no one has a right to tell that secret without his permission. Don't you see how it is? He has thought nothing in the whole world of so much importance as the screening of you, therefore it would be cruel indeed of you to undo his life work in a fit of hysterical conscientiousness." "But it would serve me right for people to know how horrid and selfish and cowardly I have been," cried Isabel. "Probably it would. But now I am considering what is due to Paul, and not what is due to you, my dear." "Oh, Joanna, can you ever forgive me?" "I'm afraid I couldn't have done so when I was strong and well. But, as I told you, things are different with me now. Yes, I forgive you, Isabel, though I confess it isn't in me to forgive as Paul forgives, nor to love as Paul loves. But I cannot in the least understand how either of you did what you have done. You are both incomprehensible to me. Tell me how it happened." "After I had quarrelled with Paul, I was in an awful bitter mood, because I thought he was hard and cold, and did not love me as I loved him. I was ashamed of caring for a man more than he cared for me. Don't you see?" "I'm afraid I don't see. But never mind." "Don't you see that if a man gives his love unrequited, he establishes at once a claim upon a woman's gratitude and all woman's sympathy, while if a woman does the same thing, she is despised by one man and derided by the rest?" "It wouldn't strike me in that light. But go on." "Then it occurred to me that I would write a book which should convince Paul that I was a shallow, heartless woman of the world, and that I was incapable of really loving him or any other man. It was agony to my pride to feel that perhaps Paul had only cared for me because I was considered a good match, and I meant to turn the tables on him, and wound his pride, by making him believe that I had only been playing with him all the time just to amuse myself." "A severe punishment on Paul for the freaks of your own imagination, my child." "All the time I was writing the book, I thought only of him and how I could manage to hurt him. I did not care a straw whether the novel was a success or not, or whether anybody read it except Paul. But when it came out, it made a hit, as you know, and everybody was talking about it." "Yes, I remember." "Though people thought it clever, they did not really like it, and they said nasty things about the author." Joanna nodded. Nothing knew better than she did the nasty things that had been said, yet she did not remove her caressing hand from the bent head. "And then," continued Isabel, "I was in a perfect frenzy of fear lest they should find out that I had written it, and should begin to look shy at me. I cared so much for approval and admiration that I thought it would kill me to be disapproved as society disapproves of the author of Shams and Shadows. I used to lie awake at night wondering whatever I could do to put people off the scent. Well, and what happened then? One day, when my terror was at its height, I heard that Paul had told Lord Robert Thistledown that he had taken the name of Angus Grey. I saw in a flash what that meant. It meant that the man whom I had wounded and insulted understood better even than I did what a disadvantage the authorship of Shams and Shadows would be to me, and had therefore shielded me at the expense of his own literary reputation, and had taken my punishment upon himself. Joanna's eyes were shining. It was a fine thing to do, for Paul's literary reputation was no light matter to him. I know it wasn't. It was the best thing he had, and he gave it up to save me. That night Joanna lay awake, thinking over the strange story she had heard. It must be wonderful to be loved like that, she said to herself, and because nothing this side of heaven can quite stifle the cry of the human heart for human love, if the human heart happened to be a woman's. There were tears on Joanna's lashes when at last she fell asleep. Isabel also lay awake that night, torn by the conflicting emotions of love and pride. And because, when these two come into conflict, the rest is a foregone conclusion, she wrote the next day to Paul. My dear Paul, will you forgive me? Not because I deserve it, but because I love you. Yours as you would, Isabel Carnaby. Then followed a season of great anguish of mind on Isabel's part. She now felt absolutely certain that Paul no longer loved her, and would therefore humiliate her by refusing her forgiveness, and she decided that she should at once hide herself from the world in a sisterhood, and spend the remainder of her disappointed days in conventual seclusion. She even went so far as to decide that she should call herself Sister Mara, because life had proved so bitter to her. Isabel was nothing if not dramatic. The answer to her letter came by telegraph. Expect me Thursday. Paul. Isabel was alone when this telegram was brought to her, and as she read it she flushed with joy. He hasn't wasted a minute, she said to herself. He must have started as soon as he had my letter, and be travelling night and day without stopping. She then looked at her reflection in a mirror and laughed softly, because she was still young and a man loved her. She was very human, even at her best. But when Thursday came she was dreadfully frightened. It was one thing to feel conscious of her power over Paul while half a continent divided them, and quite another to feel conscious of her power over her when she was expecting to see him face to face every minute. When at last he did arrive, Joanna went into the hall to meet him, but Isabel was stricken with that paralyzing form of shyness which so often seizes us when our heart's desire is within our grasp, and makes us wish, for one mad moment, to throw it away because we have longed for it so passionately. So she remained alone in the salon and looked out of the window, and her knees felt as if they were made of muslin, like the knees of dolls. Then someone opened the door and shut it behind him, and at that her heart beat so violently that the very snow-clad mountains outside began to tremble and shake as she looked at them. With a supreme effort she turned round, and tried to repeat the appeal for forgiveness which she had prepared, but she could not utter a word, because Paul's arms were holding her fast, and there was no need to utter a word, because she had seen Paul's face. Life's altar of roses is as rare as it is precious, and it takes the sunshine of many summers and the braving of many thorns to produce a single drop. But that drop, when produced, is worth all that it cost, and the perfume of it will last for ever. So Paul and Isabel thought during the next half hour. After the lovers had returned to earth, Isabel said, "I shall now tell the whole world that I wrote that horrid book, and that it has misjudged you all alone, and then every one will know how splendidly you have behaved." "You shall do nothing of the kind, sweetheart," and Paul kissed her again. "But I must. I could not bear for you to bear the blame any longer." "Still you will have to bear it, my darling. I could not bear any one to have it in his power to blame you, and I must have my own way this time." "But it isn't fair." "I can't help that. I can stand it very well when people say things against me, but I could not stand it at all if people say things against you. So I'm acting from purely selfish motives when I say that the secret must always be kept for my sake." "But, Paul, how can I show my gratitude to you and my penitence?" "Simply by doing what I ask, and by giving no one any excuse for finding fault with my wife." "It was a horrid book," said Isabel sadly. "I know it was, dear heart, but you did not mean a word of it, you know." "I wrote it in a temper, a vile, hateful, disgusting temper." "I know you did, but the world might not understand this as well as I do, and therefore might misjudge you, and the world shall not have the chance." "I really was frightfully angry with you," said Isabel, now revelling in the contemplation of dangers past. "I used to rack my brains for things that I could write to vex you." "When did you begin to love me again?" queried Paul. Isabel pondered for a moment. "I think I really must have loved you all the time, or else I could not have hated you so." Paul laughed. Life had been so serious to him of late that it was delightful to hear a woman talk nonsense again. "And will you go on loving me always?" he said. "I shan't be able to help it. When I once care for any one I am like a £5 note on Sundays. There is no possibility of changing me." "My dear one, how sweet you are!" "How did you find out that I was the author?" asked Isabel, trying to tie a knot in Paul's watch chain. "I knew it at once. I also knew that you had written it to hurt me, and what is more, that you had succeeded beyond your wildest expectations." "Poor old Paul! Did it make you very angry?" "Not angry, but I confess it hurt me more than I had believed I was capable of being hurt. But I soon forgot this in my fear of the secret's coming out as to who was the author, and my knowledge of how much the disclosure of this secret would hurt you." "And then you decided to pretend that you had written it?" "It seemed to me the only thing to do to ensure your permanent safety, as, when people once knew a thing, they naturally ceased to speculate about it, and they had already come to the conclusion that the book must have been written by some one in your set. Of course, I knew that your publishers any day might show up my false pretences, and disgrace me in the eyes of the world, which would never believe in the purity of my motives, but would condemn me as an arrant impostor to the end of the chapter. But I also knew that your publishers would not do this without permission from you, and angry as you were with me, I did not think you would deal me this final and irrevocable blow, because I felt sure you would understand my reasons, and would know that I had done this somewhat doubtful action solely out of consideration for you. I understand this at once. I knew you would, Paul continued. But you see, dear, other people might not have done so, and they might have fancied I was no better than a literacy thief, trading upon a reputation which really was not mine. Isabel was silent for a moment. Then she said, I told Joanna I could not help it. Paul's face fell. He could not bear to feel that even his sister should have the right to sit in judgment upon Isabel. And you must also tell your father and mother, persisted Isabel. I could not be happy if I felt that they still misunderstood you. I don't know about that, but I do. If you will give way to me just in this, I will do what you want about everything else, and no one but your own people shall ever know that I wrote Shams and Shadows. And Paul reluctantly consented. Shams and Shadows made a lot of money, said Isabel, but I could not touch a penny of it. I hated it so much that I gave it all to charity. Paul could not help laughing. A somewhat strange reason, dear heart, but by no means an uncommon one, he said. Then followed a very happy week. Paul and Isabel were naturally in a state of bliss, and Joanna rejoiced too, and on her own account, for the doctors told her that the heir of Davos had done her all that they had hoped and far more than they had expected, and assured her that she would get quite strong and well again. And this fact doubled the happiness of the other two, for Paul loved his sister very dearly, and Isabel's heart was filled with thanksgiving to feel that she had been allowed to be, in a measure, the means of Joanna's recovery, and so had done something for Paul in return for all that he had done for her. But Paul could not stay with them for more than a week, so he went back to his work, promising to return for Joanna and Isabel when spring returned to England. When he had been back in London for about 3 weeks, his father wrote to tell him that Miss Dalicotte was very ill and had expressed a great wish to see the minister's son once more, so Paul ran down home for a day or two. Things were brighter at the cottage than they had been for some time, for Mrs. Seaton had begun to gain strength as soon as she heard that all was well with her children, and that health had returned to Joanna and happiness to Paul, and her husband felt better and younger because she did. Paul had written to tell his mother that all was right again between himself and Isabel. He gave no explanations, nor did Mrs. Seaton require any, for she was wise enough to know that if people love each other, explanations are never needed, and if they don't love each other, no explanations will mend matters. When Paul went to see Miss Dalicotte, he found her extremely weak, and shriveled up into a little raisin of a woman, but her diction was as choice as ever. It is unspeakably gratifying to me to see your countenance once again, my dear young friend," she began, "and excessively kind of you to snatch a brief moment from the busy round of your incessant and onerous duties, to give such pleasure to an infirm and aged woman, who perhaps overstepped the rights of friendship in putting you to such trouble." "Not at all, Miss Drusilla. I am awfully glad to see you again, and I only wish that I could see you looking better. That, my dear Paul, is a wish which can never be fulfilled in this world. But the young should not be made gloomy by the contemplation of sombre and serious subjects. Therefore let us divert our thoughts into a more invigorating and cheering channel." So Paul told the old lady about Isabel and Joanna, and their life at Davos, and about his work in London, and his hope that he and Isabel would be married some time during the year then beginning, while Miss Drusilla listened with the greatest interest, and made her usual long-winded comments. At last she said, "I feel that I owe it to you, my dear young friend, to offer some explanation of the fact of my so specially desiring to see your face once more, and of my venturing to put you to the trouble and fatigue of a journey from London, by the oracular expression of this desire on my part." "It is a pleasure rather than a trouble," said Paul, kindly. "It was very good of you to want to see me, and I was very pleased to come." But all the same he really was surprised, as naturally Miss Dalicut had never been a special friend of his. "The fact of the matter is," continued the little spinster, "you bear a strong facial resemblance to some one for whom I entertained a warm regard a considerable number of years ago. I dare say your sound and vigorous judgment and accidental physical lightness appears a somewhat unsound basis for interest or attachment, but the fact remains that it does form such a basis in my case, though I should agree with you that from an intellectual standpoint the position is untenable." "Oh, I can understand as much as that, for actually I once held a poor woman's baby for her while she scrambled up to the top of a London omnibus, and an extremely unattractive and unfanciful little brat it was, simply because the woman looked tired, and her eyes reminded me of Isabel's." "Dear me, how very interesting! I trust that you informed Miss Carnaby of this somewhat romantic incident, as it would surely have proved most gratifying to her." "Oh, no, it wouldn't. She would have been dreadfully hurt at being considered to resemble the middle-aged wife of an impecunious artisan. Women are never pleased at being thought like anybody who isn't well dressed, I have discovered. I remember Isabel was quite angry once when I showed her a peasant girl by Jerus, and said it reminded me of her, and she told me that if I said she was like a fashion plate she should have been far better pleased, and she really would," added Paul, laughing at the remembrance. "The feminine mind has certainly some strange inconsistencies," murmured Miss Drusilla, unconsciously straightening her cap. "Of course it has. That's why it is so fascinating. I would not give a fig for a woman who had no bewitching little vanities. And the funny thing is that they are not vain of the things which really are a credit to them, but of the things which are a credit to their dressmakers. Now, take Isabel. She is awfully pleased with herself when she has got a new frock on, but she never knows that it is her figure which makes the frock look so well, and she thinks far more about the colour of her gowns than about the colour of her eyes." But here Paul was mistaken. I should have imagined that men with their robuster minds and sounder common sense would have despised such small vanities as these, remarked Miss Stallycott. Not we. We like them. I always used to think that a profound and scholarly mind would not find happiness apart from profound and scholarly companionship, and would experience an extreme distaste for what I might call foolish and frivolous society. But I learnt afterwards that these views of mine were incorrect. I am afraid they were. A faraway look came into Miss Drusilla's faded eyes. Her thoughts had gone back to the long ago. "When I was comparatively young," said she dreamily, "I was honoured by the friendship of a most cultured and accomplished man. He was a great scholar, and under his tuition I made myself proficient in both Greek and Latin. It is true that I loved learning for his own sake, but I loved it still better for his, and I worked long and late in order to render myself more fit for his companionship, and more congenial to his taste. As you will perceive, I felt it only natural that so profound a mind should shrink from the society of the flippant and the unlearned." "I see," said Paul, and his voice was very tender. "My friend's profession was tutorial," continued Miss Delacourt, "and in later life he became the headmaster of one of our great public schools. He and I were so intimately acquainted that I speculated much as to his future, and I felt sure that if he ever did enter the holy estate of matrimony, he would naturally require a helpmeet who could assist him in the fulfilment of his scholastic duties, and accompany him in his ceaseless pursuit after knowledge." Paul felt very pitiful. The world is so full of sad little mistakes like this, which are too pathetic to be said sometimes and too commonplace to be tragedies. "Did you study very hard?" he asked. "Indeed I did. I overcame the difficulties of the Greek and Latin tongues with amazing rapidity. At least so my dear master did, and he counted me his most successful pupil." "And then?" said Paul. "Then it happened that a young lady came to pay a lengthy visit to friends in our neighbourhood. She was well born, and possessed considerable personal charm, but her ignorance was something appalling. I recall that she once asked, before a room full of people, whether Homer wrote Greek or Latin, and if Caesar were a poet, and Miss Dalicotte fairly shuddered." Paul could not forbear smiling. Miss Drusilla was so intensely shocked at the mere memory of those atrocities. "Yet in spite of all this," continued Miss Dalicotte, "my friend married her. Why he did so was always incomprehensible to me, as they two could not have had a single idea or interest in common. Yet he did it. I shall never forget a visit I once paid to them not long after their marriage. She endeavoured to make use of a Latin quotation, and actually, yes, actually, my dear Paul, she made it a false quantity, and she the wife of a headmaster." "Good gracious," said Paul, "whatever did the bridegroom do?" "It was then that he showed the marvellous mobility and patience which always struck me as so much in my contemplation of his character. I realized what he must have suffered, as a false quantity was always torture to his cultivated, sensible ear. If one of his boys were guilty of such a thing, he straightway chastised the offender. When I made a false quantity, he blamed me severely, and said that his nerves could not stand it. Then what did he do to his bride? My dear, his amiability was something marvellous. I was so grieved for him, so ashamed, that I could scarcely look up. But he rose to the occasion. He said not one single word of reproof, though I know that many were burning upon his tongue. But he just laughed, and went up to his wife and kissed her. Do you ever hear of such an instance of more heroic self-restraint? Paul thought that he had, but he did not say so. He sympathized with Miss Drusilla, but he also sympathized with the headmaster. Did she seem very much ashamed? He asked. Not at all. That was the most painful part of that most painful scene. The careless young thing was as callous as she was illiterate. She merely laughed, as if it was nothing more than a joke, and called my dear friends a silly boy. It struck me, and it strikes me still, as most unseemly epithet for any right-minded woman to apply to her husband, especially when he was a man of between 30 and 40 years of age, and one of the greatest Greek scholars of his day. Where is your friend now? Miss Dallcott sighed. I grieve to say that his earthly career was closed some years ago. His wife was taken first, and he survived her only for the space of a few months. Some persons, not intimately acquainted with the parties concerned, said that his death was due to sorrow for hers, but I think this statement must have been incorrect, as so uneducated and frivolous a woman could never have been a thoroughly congenial companion to so erudite and wise a man. Therefore I conjecture that the approximation in the respective dates of his and her demise was merely a coincidence. Paul did not feel so sure of this. He could imagine that a world depopulated of Isabel would be quite too desolate for human habitation. But all he said was, "It is an interesting little story." So it was, but the interesting part of it was the part that the poor little Miss Dallcott was incapable of seeing. People who tell us a story often tell far more than they intend, and in fact far more than they themselves know. They open the door that we may have a peep into their back garden, and they have no idea that to us that peep includes a distant and extensive view, which their short-sighted eyes have never beheld. My friend was a most fascinating individual, continued Miss Drusilla dreamily, endowed with unusual natural gifts, which were perfected by the most assiduous study. He was withal the most modest man I have ever met. In person, my dear Paul, you strongly resemble him. It seems, perchance, strange for so trifling a detail to remain in one's mind for a period of over 40 years, yet I can still vividly recall the color of his hair, which was precisely of the same shade as yours. Then Paul said goodbye to the little spinster, as she was growing too tired to talk any more, and he never saw her again. A fortnight after his visit to Chayford, Miss Drusilla died, and when her will came to be read, it was found that she had left her entire fortune amounting to some £30,000 to Paul Seaton. End of chapter 21. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 22 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 22. For Conscientious Sake. I hear a call through the silver night, and across the golden day. Go forth and work, for the fields are white, and dare not disobey. It was during the winter which Joanna spent at Davos that Edgar Ford screwed his courage to the sticking point sufficiently to ask Alice Martin to become his wife. By this time Alice's views of life had completely changed. She had not only forgotten that she had ever loved Paul, a comparatively trifling feat, she had not only fallen in love with someone else, an accomplishment likewise not difficult of feminine attainment, but she had succeeded in putting Edgar so completely in Paul's place that the change was retrospective, and Edgar was actually the richer for Alice's former devotion to Paul. She had not blotted out the sum of her old love. She had merely transferred it from Paul's account to Edgar's, which was a decidedly wiser plan, as thus no good material was wasted. All the dreams of her springtime and the romance of her early summer now went to the making of a rich harvest of affection for Edgar Ford to reap. Alice was one of the women who cannot live without loving. The man that such a woman happens to love is a mere matter of detail. To an artist his art is everything, and it is born in him. The masters under whom he studies can only teach him style and manner and the tricks of his craft. In after life the pupil may learn in other schools, but he will always be a better artist because of the education which he received from the teachers who first trained him. Thus it is with women of the type of Alice Martin. The power of loving is part of themselves, and nothing can crush that out of them. They may learn technique from the master under whom they first study, but if in later days they turn to other teachers, that particular instructor will be forgotten, though they will always be able to love better because of the education which they received from him. It may be true that over the past not heaven itself has power, but in this respect, if it be so, certain women have the advantage of heaven, at least as far as their own feelings are concerned. They can recolour the past so as to make it a becoming background for the present, just as we can repaper our drawing rooms when we buy new furniture, and they can change the cast of their little dramas long after the play has been played and the lights turned out. The conies are a feeble folk, but their strength lies in their power to make use of the rock so as to meet their own requirements. It was a better thing for Alice to love Edgar than it had ever been to love Paul, because Edgar was suited to her and Paul was not. A woman can always adapt herself to the man she loves, and be, for as long as she chooses, the sort of woman that he approves. But though it is not difficult for a woman to be somebody else instead of herself for a time, it becomes fatiguing if kept up too long. After a while it feels like walking in boots which are a shade too short, or biting crust when one has the toothache. It was a source of keen delight to Edgar that Alice shared his socialistic views with respect to the sanctity of the individual and the wrongfulness of riches. He did not know that she would have agreed with him just the same had he preached the subjugation of the masses and the divine right of kings. "Alice, do you think you could ever love me?" Edgar asked suddenly one day, when they two were practicing duets together. "I think I have always loved you," she answered softly. This was no untruth. Alice had always loved the hero of the piece. That Paul had been for a time Edgar's understudy in the part, had no practical bearing on the case. "Then will you be my wife?" "Yes." Edgar wanted to kiss Alice, but he refrained for fear of frightening her. Alice wanted Edgar to kiss her, and could not imagine why he did not do so. It was in things like this that Edgar made mistakes. He had never learnt that 9 times out of 10 other people want the same thing as we do, and if they don't, it doesn't so very much matter, as long as we get our own way. "I do not wish to deceive you," he said, "or to win your love under false pretences, though that love is the desire of my heart. But my wife will have no luxury, though the world counts me a rich man." "I don't want luxury," replied Alice. "I only want you." "Do you mean to say you dare face a life of toil and poverty for my sake?" "Of course I do. Don't you understand that I care for nothing but being with you, and feeling that you are pleased with me?" Then Edgar took her in his arms and kissed her, and Alice's cup of bliss was full. "You know my views about money," Edgar said, "and that I hold it a sin for any man to live a life of ease and pleasure while his fellow men are starving. Well, I simply cannot go on any longer living my present life, when I know of the sea of sin and suffering and sorrow all around me. I feel I must go down into the midst of it, and do something for those weaker brethren for whom Christ died." Alice's beautiful face was aglow with excitement. "I will come down with you, and stand by your side. I think it is splendid of you to give up everything for the sake of the poor, and I am proud to be the woman you have chosen to help you to bear this burden and to take up this cross." "My darling, do you think you can be quite happy without horses and carriages and all the external trappings of wealth?" "I should rather think I could. I don't care a bit about things like that. Mamma thinks they are important, but they have always bothered me ever since I was a little girl, and used to think it a treat to walk out to tea instead of having the carriage. But you will be a rich woman on your own account, Alice, and you must do what you will with your own." "I shall give it all to you to do whatever you like with, and it will help us to help others all the more." "Then will you come and live with me down at the Stepney settlement, in connection with Hampton House, and take your part in the work there?" asked Edgar. "It is a grand field for labor, and the laborers are as yet few." "Of course I will. I will go anywhere with you and do anything for you as long as I live." "My brave little girl." Alice slipped her hand into his. "And I will always act as you bid me, and obey you in everything, if only you'll promise never, never to be cross with me. I think it would kill me if ever you were vexed with me. So you won't be, will you? I? Vexed with you? My dearest, the thing is unthinkable." "Then I don't care what happens," said Alice contentedly. "But you were once awfully cross with me, you know." "My child, what on earth do you mean?" "Oh, it was one time, ages and ages ago, when you never would speak to me if you could help it, and it used to make me so miserable. You really were cross then." And Alice's disengaged hand wandered idly over the keys. "Not cross, dear, only very, very unhappy, because I loved you and I did not think you would ever love me." Alice raised her pretty eyebrows. "Well, that was hardly the way to make me love you, was it? It wasn't likely that I should fall in love with a man in a temper. At least I mean to say with a man who looked as if he were in a temper." "Do you think you would have loved me then, Alice, if you had known that all my outside sternness was merely the mask I put on to hide my love for you? Tell me, dear, I want to know." Alice thought for a moment. "I expect I should, for I have always adored the shape of your nose." Edgar laughed, and Alice went on. "I used to be afraid that I bored you because I wasn't clever, but now you don't mind my not being clever a bit, do you?" "My darling, I hate clever women. A woman is meant to be beautiful and good, and cleverness simply spoils her." "Then don't you admire Isabel Carnaby?" Alice was still a woman, though she was ready to go down and live in the Stepney settlement. "I couldn't exactly say that I don't admire her. She is so modern and up to date, that I regard her as a sort of national institution that one ought to feel proud of, a specimen of what the 19th century can produce, but she never attracts me in the least. She is cold and brilliant and hard, like a diamond, and has nothing lovable about her, as far as I can see." Alice drew a little contented sigh. "And she isn't really pretty, is she?" "Not at all. I never can bear blue eyes. They are always cold and unsympathetic, I think." "What colored eyes do you like best?" "Brown, like velvet, and hair to match, a complexion like a rose leaf." Alice laughed a low, happy laugh. "I'm so glad you don't mind my being stupid." "You are not stupid, dear. You are full of tact, which is infinitely better than cleverness. See how well you can talk to the poor, and how you can make them love you. You have a happy knack of always saying the right thing." "I'm so glad. You don't know how hard I try to be the sort of woman that you approve of. I am always thinking of you, and of what I can do or say to please you." "Dear Alice," said Edgar tenderly, "you overpower me with that feeling that I can never do enough to deserve all this love." "No, Edgar, it is I who ought to be grateful, because whatever niceness there is in me is all your doing. It is you who have molded my character and formed my opinions, so that whatever good I may do in this world must be put down to your credit and not mine." Which is quite true, and Edgar had every reason to be proud of his handiwork. There was joy at the Cedars because of Alice's engagement to Edgar Ford. Miss Martin fairly beamed. She felt that Providence had had a hand in the matter, which was perfectly true. Nevertheless, when Providence had seemed to be bringing about a union between her daughter and Paul Seaton, Mrs. Martin, like a troublesome politician, was not willing to serve under the leader in power. In this respect she was by no means singular. We are all naturally more submissive to the decrees of Heaven when those decrees are in accordance with our own desires. "My dear," she said to her daughter, "I am sure you will be very happy because a woman naturally requires one stronger than herself to lean upon, and besides Edgar is an only son, so whatever his parents have to leave will come to him." "I could never have been happy as an old maid, mamma. The feeling that nobody needed me or cared for me would have killed me." Mrs. Martin stitched at her bazaar work with a complacent smile. "I know it would, love. You have such a very affectionate nature, and it is difficult for a single woman to take any social position, unless she is a lady of title." Alice listened dutifully, and her mother rambled on. "It will be so nice for you, dear, when Edgar goes into Parliament, for I hear that members of Parliament and their wives are received in the highest circles. It is a pity dear Edgar isn't a Conservative. There is always such refinement about Conservatives, but that cannot be helped, I suppose." "Oh, mamma, Edgar would never become a Conservative." "I am not suggesting that he should, my love, but perhaps in time you might persuade him to become an old fashioned Whig, and that, I believe, is almost as aristocratic. Still, I cannot help wishing that he had been a Conservative in the first instance. You see, a Radical may be a gentleman, but a Conservative must be one." "I don't see that." "Don't you, love? Well, I can hardly explain it to you, but I have a feeling that it is more correct to be a Conservative." "But I could not try to make Edgar go against his own convictions, mamma." Mrs. Martin paused for a moment while she selected a fresh thread of silk. Then she said, "Ah, my love, if you want to get on in society, you must think more about conventions than convictions, and since Edgar persists in remaining Radical, I would ignore it if I were you." "But there is nothing to be ashamed of in one's politics," persisted Alice. "Men have a right to think what they like." "Still, my dear, if one espoused the cause of the people it might lead to the impression that one has risen from the people, and that would be extremely painful to anyone, especially to a person with my sensitive feelings." Alice, however, was obstinate. It was her one fault, and she freely indulged in it. "We are risen from the people," she said. "That is merely the truth." Her mother sighed as she thread her needle. "When you have lived as long as I have, my dear, you will find that the truth is generally vulgar and invariably inexpedient. Edgar and I don't mean to behave like rich people, or go in for society, but to live among the poor and try to help them." Mrs. Martin smiled indulgently. "Young men often get strange socialistic notions like that into their heads, but a few drops of nitre on a lump of sugar soon put them all right again." "But I don't want to put Edgar all right, as you call it, mamma. The reason why I love him so dearly is that he is so good and unworldly and has such high ideals." "My dear child, he will be all right when he is married. My experience is that there is nothing like getting married for curing young men of ideals and nonsense of that kind. Your dear papa never bothered his head about ideals after he married me." "Edgar says the truth is stronger than everything, and that the height of good breeding is never to be ashamed of anything," persisted Alice, whose strength was at the strength of 10, when she had Edgar Says to back up her opinions. My dear child, I am double Edgar's age, and I have learnt that bare facts, like everything else, require clothing, and that the more becoming the clothing, the more effective the facts. Mrs. Martin had learnt a great deal during the last 10 years. She had got on in the world, and the world had taught her much and found her an apt pupil. It is the world's business to cover its vessels with the very best electroplate. This is all that it undertakes to do, and it never pretends to be a depot for hall-marked articles. If we give ourselves up to the world's hardening process, and duly worship rank and wealth and success and all other licensed gods, it will hide our weaknesses under its elegant electro covering, and we shall shine for a while like burnished silver. But the real metal is found elsewhere. In the spring of the year the long-expected dissolution was announced. Excitement ran high all through the country as the general election approached, and Michael Ford was full of delight to think that at last he should see his life's ambition realized, and his son a member of Parliament. But when he mentioned the subject to that son, Edgar, for the first time in his life, was not amenable to his father's wishes. I am sorry that I can ever say to disappoint you, but I cannot stand at this election, he said. Mr. Ford was dumbfounded. My dear boy, what on earth do you mean? You have plenty of money, and no business cares to occupy your time and attention, and at Clayford the thing will be simply a walk over. It isn't that I am afraid of not getting in. It is something quite different from that. If I thought it right to stand, no amount of opposition would deter me. Then what is it? If you think that your views are too advanced to please me, you need have no further hesitation on that score. I have long ago learnt that the ways of old folks are too slow for the younger generation, and that we must be content to let the stream flow on as quickly as it will, and not attempt to let or hinder it. Edgar longed to spare his father the pain which he was felt bound to inflict, but this was impossible. He had dallied long enough, and now the time had come to speak out. I have made up my mind, and nothing can alter me, he began, and his face was very white. For a long time my duty to you has been in conflict with the duty which I owe to a higher power, but now a crisis has come, and I feel I must hesitate no longer. Mr. Ford did not speak, so Edgar went on. I do not feel it right for me to be living in luxury while so many of my fellow men are perishing with hunger. I do not feel it right for me to be living in idleness while so many of my brethren cry out for help. The call has come for me to go out into the highways and hedges and compel all that are bidden to come in to the feast, and it is a call which may not be disobeyed. But, my dear Edgar, did it never occur to you that you might serve God and your generation more effectually as an influential statesman than as a hysterical socialist? Mr. Ford's voice was hard and dry, but Edgar's face was alight with an enthusiasm which no worldly wisdom could quench. My dear father, you know as well as I do that it is not in me to become a statesman, or even an ordinary politician. I could never merge myself into my party, or content myself with compromises. I should always be fighting little battles of my own, and tilting at windmills which nobody but myself could see. I do not belong to any party. I have too many fads and scruples to identify myself with any political school. Therefore I should now be justified in asking any constituency to return me as its member. It would be unfair to my constituents and unfair to myself. Mr. Ford played with a paper knife, but he did not say anything. What was the use? I do not deny, Edgar continued, that a politician is called to do great and necessary work. I merely say that I am not called upon to be a politician. Oh, father, do not tempt me. I know all the arguments that you would use, and I have tried in vain to stifle my own conscience with them over and over again. I have lived an upright and honorable life, but that is not enough. I have kept my heart pure and my hands clean, but that is not enough. Through it all I can hear one voice speaking. Sell all thou hast and give to the poor. And dare I turn away because I have great possessions? Michael Ford sighed heavily, but still he did not speak. His face looked 10 years older than it had looked 10 minutes ago. It cuts me to the heart to hurt you like this after all that you have done for me, continued Edgar, and his voice trembled. But I see my way plain before my face, and I dare not turn aside. For he that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Then what do you intend to do? Asked Mr. Ford, wearily, looking across his writing table at the young man standing by the fireplace. I intend to join the Hampton House settlement at Stepney, and to live with the poor and for the poor, and I hope to spend the rest of my life in trying to comfort broken hearts and to brighten darkened homes. I have closed my ears to the cry of the suffering humanity long enough, too long, alas! But at least they have been reopened, and after epiphalia has once been pronounced, a man cannot but listen to the cries of his fellows and to the commands of his God. What does Alice say to all this? The mention of Alice's name gave her lover fresh courage. She agrees with me in all of my decisions, he said, and she is ready to share in all my efforts. In fact, it is her enthusiasm which has inspired and sustained me, and has renewed my strength when I felt ready to fall. Are you aware that both you and Alice will each have very large fortune of your own some day? Mr. Ford asked dryly. Is any fortune too large to give to God? Was Edgar's response. Michael Ford saw that the case was hopeless, therefore he wasted no more time in discussing it. He knew that it is possible, by means of argument, to convince a man's judgment and even to overcome his prejudices. But arguing against a man's conscience is sorry work. 99 times out of 100 it meets with no success, and the 100th entails a responsibility which is harder to bear than failure. When Edgar left him, Mr. Ford sat for a while buried in thought. It is the way of the world, he said to himself. One man is born to wealth and power and success, and he flings them all away. Another man has everything against him, and he climbs to the top of the tree. The son of the rich man serves, while the son of the poor man sits down to meat. And one man labors, in order that another man's son may enter into his labors. Certainly fate has a sense of humor. Then he took up his pen and wrote to Paul Seaton. End of chapter 22. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 23 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. The Election. They fought all day with might and main, and when the sun was set, the victors longed to fight again, the vanquished to forget. Paul Seaton was one of the men who possesses the useful knack of knowing when the tide of their affairs is at the flood. So when Mr. Ford asked him to come down and fight the Liberal battle at Chayford in Edgar's stead, Paul consented without an hour's delay. At the beginning of the campaign Joanna came home, completely restored to health, bringing Isabel with her, and the inhabitants of the cottage gave themselves up body and soul to the election, and talked and thought and dreamed of nothing else. Great was the excitement all over England, and Chayford was no exception to the rule. For 3 weeks Paul made several speeches per day, and was treated as if he were a combination of Juggernaut and a popular preacher, with a flavour of royalty thrown in. Everybody in the town, including even the babies and the cats, wore colours, if it were nothing better than a scrap of tea-paper, and there was all that delicious love of fighting in the air which makes an election like a glorious war with no death or danger in it. "Isn't it fun?" exclaimed Isabel one day. "I adore every minute of it. It makes you hate the other side with such an exquisite frenzy of hatred, which has neither malice nor uncharitableness in it, and yet which is so charmingly violent while it lasts." "I know," agreed Joanna. "It is that nice sort of hatred which would never let you really injure people, but which makes you want their chimneys to smoke and their hats to blow off." Isabel laughed. "And your love for your own side is equally enjoyable. I assure you I feel the most fervent glow of affection for all the Liberals in Chayford, just as if they were relations as it was Christmas Day. Yet all the time you know that these feelings will completely die out within a week of the declaration of the poll," added Joanna. "Of course you do. That is why they are so delightful. Feelings that last take a good deal out of you, I have discovered. The really delicious sort are those that you think will last forever, and that you know won't," said Isabel. "I am afraid, my dear girl, that you are becoming an epicure in emotions," remarked Paul, who had just come in. "I know I am. An election, supervening on a love affair, is enough to intoxicate any woman, especially when the beloved object and the candidate are one. You can't think what glorious thrills I have all down my back when the crowds applaud you. Liberalism and love combined so overwhelm my soul that I feel you are the only man in the whole world, and the English nation rolled into one, and I am as tearful as if people were singing God Save the Queen and Auld Robin Gray at the same time. Oh, it is a delicious feeling, and I am eternally grateful to you for giving it to me." Paul beamed with delight, but, being a man, did not say pretty things before a third person. Isabel, being a woman, did. "I adore elections," she continued, waltzing round the room. "They are simply heavenly." A general election and my idea of heaven are by no means synonymous, replied her lover quietly. My idea of heaven is pretty much the same as Beatrice's, Isabel said. I shall go where the bachelors sit, and there live as merry as the day is long. I shall say, please reserve the place next to Mr. Paul Seaton for me, and if I find it already occupied, there will be unpleasantness, and I shall contest the seat. You are very brilliant to-day, and Paul looked at her proudly. She was worth looking at just then, as she had dressed herself entirely in blue, the liberal colour in chaffered, and a woman always looks her best when her gown is the same shade as her eyes. It is this lovely election. It has got into my head. Well, don't let it tire you. I would rather lose the seat than that you should knock yourself up in helping me to win it. I'm glad you have warned her, said Joanna. I am sure she works too hard, but she won't listen to me. She has too much spirit for her strength. An anxious expression came over Paul's face. You do look a bit tired, Isabel, he said. Rubbish, she replied. Then she looked at herself in the glass. Should you call me a brilliant woman or a sweet woman? She asked thoughtfully. Brilliant, replied Joanna. Both, replied Paul. That is absurd. I can't be both. Nobody could. But you are. Isabel carefully arranged her fringe. That is just like your interesting but incomprehensible sex. My good sir, if you happen to care for a woman, you at once endow her with every possible virtue, totally irrespective of the fact that some of the virtues won't go together. Oh, that is what we do, is it? Now we women behave differently. If we love a man, we don't plaster him over with all the good qualities, but we merely say that the virtues he doesn't possess are not virtues at all, and that no decent man would be seen with such things. But though the modus operandi in each case is different, the result is the same. That is to say, the beloved object in both instances has the monopoly of human excellencies. Well, I must be off, said Joanna, rising. I have some work to do. After his sister had left the room, Paul made up his deficiency in the saying of pretty things. Where is Isabel? asked Mrs. Seaton of her daughter, as the latter was going out. With Paul in the drawing-room. Mrs. Seaton drew a sigh of perfect contentment. That is all right. What they have to say to each other that they are always wanting to be alone together, I cannot imagine, continued Joanna. I never said anything in my life to anybody that a third person was not welcome to hear. Her mother smiled. You have not said all that there is to be said yet, then? Evidently not. There are still some things in heaven and earth undreamed of in my philosophy, and what those two good people talk to each other about is one of them. If I were Isabel, I could say all I wanted to say before us all, I am certain. But you couldn't if you were Paul, my dear. Joanna rolled up her umbrella. Well, mother, I don't pretend to understand it. I could never exchange confidences with anybody for all those hours on end, least of all with a man. I should be gravelled for lack of matter in no time. But those dear, silly people go on for 60 minutes at a stretch, and then, if I happen to disturb them, look at me as reproachfully as if they had only had 5 seconds together, instead of a long hour by Shrewsbury clock. Among the most enthusiastic of Paul's political supporters was the faithful Martha. Whenever she was able, she attended his meetings, and regarded them almost as a means of grace. I don't believe that the Pope of Rome or the President of the Conference could make finer speeches than Master Paul does," she said one day, as she was dusting the drawing room, and Joanna was arranging the flowers. Joanna laughed. "He is certainly a born orator, Martha. He plays upon his audience as if he were playing upon an organ." "He does indeed, miss, and never seems at a loss for a word. I am bound to say I didn't think Master Paul had it in him to speak like that. When you listen to him, you wonder how the folks that think differently have managed to keep themselves out of the lunatic asylums, and that is the sort of speaking and the sort of preaching that does real good, to my thinking." "Still, I suppose one ought to hear both sides of the question," argued the wise Joanna. "Certainly not, miss. There is nothing so unsettling. Besides, where's the good? Only one side can be right. That is plain. And what is the use of wasting the time in listening to the side that is wrong?" "But, Martha, how can you tell which side is right without hearing both?" Martha dusted so fiercely that the ornaments fairly danced. "Bless your dear heart, if you are a woman you know who is right and who is wrong before you've heard a single word, and if you are a man you don't know who is right and who is wrong after you've heard all there is to be said. But Mr. Paul's speeches are very convincing, all the same, especially to folks as think the same as he does to begin with." "Oratory is a great power," remarked Joanna, half to herself. "It must be lovely to see hundreds of people hanging upon every word that you utter, and to know that you can sway them for the time being as it pleases you." "It must indeed, my dear. In fact, it seems almost too great a power to be put into the hands of a man, even though the man be dear Master Paul himself. But it is a wonder to me that men get on in the world as well as they do, considering that they know nothing and can't bear to be taught. They say Providence takes special care of children and naturals, so I suppose Providence looks after men in the same sort of way. It wasn't so, goodness knows what would become of them, the unmarried ones in particular." "You used to be such a strong conservative," Joanna suggested, as she filled a vase with daffodils. "So I was, miss. At one time the Conservatives seemed to me to do the least mischief of the two parties, because they were better able to mind their own business and leave the country to look after itself. As I have often passed the remark, interference is the one thing that I can't stand. I have no objection to speaking a word in season or out of season, whenever I think it is needed, but I know my own business, and I won't stand being taught it by anybody, and I take it the country is the same as me, miss, and don't want governments to come poking their noses into things that don't concern them." "So now I suppose you are a Liberal, Martha?" "Well, I don't know that I'd go as far as that," replied Martha cautiously. "My father was a Liberal, and the love of reform got into his blood till he couldn't eat a bit of bacon without telling us how much better it might have been cooked if he'd had the doing of it himself. I've noticed, miss, that when the master of a house is a reformer, there's often trouble in the kitchen. So I set my face against reforms of any kind, as it were." And the good woman shook her duster to and fro, as if the whole Liberal party were wrapped up in it. "Still some changes are improvements," persisted Joanna. "I never came across them, miss. It seems to me that a new way of governing the country is like a new way of frying potatoes. The potatoes are no better than they were before, and the grease always smells. Still, my dear, I am no longer a Conservative, take my word for that." "What made you change your politics?" Joanna asked. "Why, the way the Conservatives have turned against our Paul. As long as they kept themselves to themselves, and acted according to their lights, I had no objections to them, though I confess they sometimes made mistakes, like their betters. But when they turned against Master Paul it was a different thing, and then I washed my hands once for all of the whole boiling of them." Joanna smiled as she disposed of her last daffodil. Martha's politics were so essentially feminine. As long as a political party contents itself with revolutionizing states and annexing continents and disestablishing churches and other trifling pastimes such as these, no right-minded woman troubles her head about it. These things amuse it and do not hurt her. But when the political party takes advantage of this patience and forbearance on her part, and goes to the length of actually contesting the seat in Parliament of some particular man, the sleeping tigress wakes up and shows all the claws wherewith provident nature has endowed her, which conduct is, after all, only natural, and the offending faction has no one but itself to blame. But it is the same with parties as with individuals. If one gives them an inch, they take an ell. At last the day of the Chayford election dawned, and, as is the way of election days, it was so long, that it seemed as if the sun had stood still to watch the battle, as it did in the time of Joshua. But it came to an end at last, and the little party at the cottage sat up till midnight awaiting Paul and the result. At first everybody said it would be a walkover, but anybody who knows anything about electioneering will be aware that, however certain a seat may be, and however enormous the majority last time, fears come with fighting, whilst agonizing doubts foreshadow the declaration of the poll. Paul's little home circle felt very anxious, and the more they doubted the result, the more they kept repeating that there was no room for doubt at all. The Liberal majority at Chayford at the last election had been 900, and they continually assured each other and themselves that a majority of that size could no more melt away than an Alp could. "You see," said Mr. Seton, "though of course it might have diminished, a majority of that size could not possibly have transformed itself into a minority in 3 years." He was thinking to himself that if only 450 voters had gone over to the other side, Paul would be beaten. "Of course not," replied Joanna. "The result really is a foregone conclusion. It is only a question as to the size of the majority." She felt sure that the Conservative papers could not write as they did, and if they had not grounds for their hope of which she knew nothing. It is really absurd to think that a mere boy like Lord Galley should beat a brilliant politician like Paul. "The idea is simply ludicrous," exclaimed Isabel, but she wished to goodness that Paul had not had an aristocrat for his opponent, as there is an underlying respect for titles at the bottom of every British heart. "It is no use our expecting Paul for a couple of hours yet," remarked Paul's mother. "It would be impossible for him to be here before then." She was feeling that something dreadful must have happened, either that the mob had killed Paul, or else had not elected him, otherwise he would have been home an hour ago. And so they went on telling little comforting fibs to each other, and inwardly wondering how much longer this suspense could be endured. Suddenly they heard the sound of wheels, and the stamping and shouting of a multitude. "Here he is," said Mr. Seton gently, and he went very white and took his wife's hand. Joanna and Isabel were past speaking, so they tried to laugh and failed. The noise grew louder. The crowd had taken the horses out of Paul's carriage, and were drawing it along with deafening cheers. At last they pulled up at the cottage gate, and Paul sprang out and thanked them, and rushed inside. "It is all right," he cried. "I am in with a majority of 1,200. Then he went straight up to Isabel and kissed her before them all. "I am very glad I have won," he said simply, "because it gives me something to give you, who have given me so much." So it came to pass that the old wastes and the former desolations were built up and repaired in the life of Paul Seton, and the name of the builder and repairer was Love. A few days after the election, while Paul was helping a brother candidate and Joanna was working in her district, Isabel made her confession to Paul's father and mother. She told them the whole story, how she had written Shams and Shadows in a fit of temper, how Paul had saved her from the consequences of her mad act, how she had selfishly let him bear the blame, how his love for her had at last conquered the weakness and worldliness of her nature, and taught her that it is not in the power of outside things to make a woman happy, and how she had promised to keep the secret all her life, after she had once told the truth to his own people. "I could not rest till I had your forgiveness," she said in conclusion, "but if you will only say you forgive me, I have promised I will never mention the subject again." "I forgive you utterly, my child," replied the minister. "The deed shall be blotted out as though it never been, and I thank my son for having taught me how divine a thing sometimes is human love." "And you?" whispered Isabel to Mrs. Seton. Paul's mother took Isabel in her arms. "Of course I forgive you, my dear one, because Paul has forgiven you, and because you have loved much. And I thank you for having given my son back to me again." "I understand," said Isabel softly. "The Paul that you know never could have written that horrid book. So you felt that there were two Pauls." "That was just it," Mrs. Seton replied, "and I could not make the two Pauls agree with one another in my mind. But now you have not only given the old Paul back to me, you have shown me that he is not merely as good as I believed he was, but infinitely nobler and better than I had dreamed. I did not think that my son could ever have written Shams and Shadows, but, on the other hand, I did not think that he could ever have performed so noble an act of self-sacrifice as this. So you have restored him to me fourfold." "I can never forgive myself," sobbed Isabel. Mrs. Seton drew the weeping girl close to her. "My dear, you must, for Paul's sake. Remember he loves you so much, and he could not forgive anybody for not forgiving you. And we must not forget," added the minister, "that it is love for you which has made Paul into the man he is. So you have had much to do with the making of Paul, and therefore his mother and I love you for it." "I did not do it. It was God who made Paul what he is, and I was just the instrument." Mr. Seton smiled. "Exactly, dear. But there is nothing remarkable in that. The man who does the most is nothing more than God's instrument for fulfilling his purposes, and the man who does the least is no less than that. But we love best the instruments whereby the most good is wrought, and so also, I think, does God." Paul and his mother were left together for a few minutes that evening. "My dear," she said, "Isabel has told me everything." Paul's face fell. I am sorry she told you, mother, but she would do it. Don't be sorry, Paul. It is the greatest joy to me to find that I have nothing for which to blame my dear son, but that he has been all that I believed and hoped, and far more. Still, I had rather that you blamed me than that you blamed her. That is the one thing that I could not bear even from you, mother. I do not blame her as I blamed you. The two cases are so different. Don't you know that when a woman is angry she is far more than she means, but that a man, however angry, never says as much? So one can hardly pass the same judgment on the utterances of both. Paul looked relieved. You think then that she was. But no. I may find fault with what she writes, but never with what she is, and no one else shall find fault with her at all. You will remember that this confidence is sacred, mother, and that no one but my father and Joanna must ever share it with you. Certainly, you may trust us, Paul. And you will love Isabel always? Always, dear, both for your sake and her own. End of chapter 23. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 24 of Concerning Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 24. Life in London. If you will only give me time, and likewise opportunity, to earth's high places I will climb, and govern the community. One summer's day it happened that Mr. Kesterton gave a tea party on the terrace of the House of Commons in honour of the Robert Thistle Towns, the Paul Setons, and Lady Farley. It was one of those broiling afternoons, when all the world longs for shade and a breeze, and these two luxuries are almost always to be found on the terrace at Westminster. The latter is sometimes found inside the walls as well, but this indoor relief cannot be depended upon. Everybody knows that when the two Houses of Parliament agree, there are few things that they cannot compass. So when they combine to cast a pleasant shade, and get the river Thames to help them with a cool breeze or two, they naturally succeed in producing the most refreshing atmosphere that is to be found in London in July. Isabel loved going to the house now. For her inward eye, St. Stephen's had suddenly developed, from being a mere uninteresting historical antiquity and dry political fact, into an effective and suitable background for the figure of her husband. Therefore the place was worth seeing as often as she had time to see it, and she was absorbingly interested in everything that she saw. But to her this afternoon was a special occasion, for Paul had made his first great speech in a full dress debate, and his reputation at the same time, and was receiving congratulations on all sides. Isabel and her aunt had heard the speech from behind the gilt lattice of the ladies' gallery, while it was being delivered. The former felt that here at last was the ideal statesman for whom England had waited through the ages, while the latter decided that Paul spoke like a man and looked like a gentleman, and that Isabel might have done worse. When it was tea time, Mr. Kesterton came to fetch them down to the terrace, and their progress was punctuated by compliments on Paul's success from all the members that they met. Isabel knew what admiration of herself was like. She had lived on it all her life, and had thought that there was nothing better. Now she found that there was. "How many members are killed every year from tumbling down this pitch dark staircase?" she inquired of her host as they proceeded to the terrace. "That, my dear lady, is a state secret, which I am not at liberty to divulge. We never talk about it. We just hide them under the stairs, like the princes in the tower, and no one asks any questions." "I suppose it would be unconstitutional for public men to see which way they were going," suggested Isabel. "Most unconstitutional," answered the cabinet minister, "and most detrimental to anything in the shape of a forward policy. Besides, if it were not for the dark staircase, what should we leaders do with the private members who have private opinions? We should have to dissemble our love so far as to kick them downstairs, and that also would be unconstitutional." Isabel nodded. "I see. You recommend the army Robert's cure." "Laissez faire is a most successful course of treatment," added Lady Farley. "I have spent my life in allowing people sufficient rope, and the victims of my indulgence hang in rows, like the tails of little Bo Peep's flock." Then Paul met them, and was patted on the back by Mr. Kesterton and praised by Lady Farley. Isabel felt she could not speak to him about his speech before all these people. It would be like saying one's prayers at a ball. So she just looked into his eyes and smiled, and Paul understood. "Here are the Thistletowns," said Mr. Kesterton, going forward to receive his guests. Lord Bobby still limped, although he was limping along the road to complete recovery, and as he had won his V.C. and Violet, his cup of happiness was full. As for his wife, she was lovelier than ever. She had got what she wanted, and there is nothing so becoming to a woman as that. "Very glad to see you, Lady Robert," exclaimed her host. "I hope your husband is getting all right again. Though such a nurse as he now has, I cannot blame him if he lengthens out the long drawn sweetness of his convalescence to its fullest extent." Violet held out a daintily gloved hand. "Oh, he is much better, thank you. Aren't you, Bobby?" "Indeed I am," agreed the invalid. "I'm nearly fit again now, but I've had a narrow shave of it with that silly old leg of mine. Those Johnnies of doctors wanted to chop it off at one time, and then my wife and I would only have had 3 legs between us, like the Isle of Man. Shouldn't we, Vi?" "Oh, don't, dear," pleaded Violet, with a pretty little shudder. "I cannot bear to hear you talk like that." It was a very merry tea party. They all liked each other, and the weather was fine, 2 most important ingredients in social success. Isabel especially was delightfully happy and important. She felt that Paul was standing on his own ground at last, and that it was very creditable ground to be standing upon, and she took therefore a proprietary interest in the House of Commons, and all that appertained to it. "What would happen if I were to walk on the part of the terrace reserved for members?" she asked. The shade of Cromwell would exclaim, "Remove that bauble!" and then you would be removed by the officials of the House, and burnt in effigy every 5th of November, Lord Robert hastened to assure her. "Should I, Mr. Kesterton? That is the usual punishment for such an offence. But I am an MP.Res. myself, you see." "Then in that case you might only be named by the Speaker," replied Mr. Kesterton. "That is the next worst thing." "I hope that my husband shows no signs of becoming an independent member," said Isabel, "because I don't approve of independent members." "Not at all," answered her host. "He is a credit alike to the woman who trained him and the party that owns him." I am thankful for that. I think that people who make their own opinions are almost as bad as people who make their own clothes." The front bench man nodded his approval of this sentiment, as he dispensed the strawberries and cream. "What is done to members who have opinions of their own and are troublesome to their leaders?" Mrs. Paul Seaton further inquired. Mr. Kesterton's eyes twinkled. "The correct thing is for them to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. But if they happen to have charming wives, the sentence is generally commuted to transportation for life to the House of Lords." "I see. Well, I am glad to hear that my husband behaves himself prettily, and that you approve of him." "He certainly behaves himself prettily, my dear lady, and I always approve of and nearly always agree with him. The only difference between us is that he is still young enough to aim at perfection, whilst I have learnt to be satisfied with success." "You see, my wife is anxious to learn the customs of the house," said Paul. "Then, my dear Isabel, let me give you one piece of valuable information," chimed in Lord Bobby. "Do not for a moment imagine that because our old friend Guy Fawkes was reprimanded for trying to blow up the Houses of Parliament, there is anything to prevent you from blowing up the members separately. This custom is not only lawful, but frequently expedient, and in certain cases, such as your own for instance, not only expedient but absolutely necessary." "You know nothing at all about it," replied Isabel with dignity. "Pardon me, my father is a member of the Upper House, and, until my marriage, I resided principally at home." Everyone laughed, and Paul said, "You must not go about telling the secrets of the Upper House in that way, Thistleton." Bobby shook his head reprovingly. "Don't crush all the spirit out of the poor little thing. She has a right to know that she may bully you if she wants to do so, and that nobody can stop her. You shouldn't take advantage of your dear wife's well-known meekness and submission, Seaton, you really shouldn't. If you had married a woman who could speak up for herself it would have been different, but I cannot bear to see cruelty to dumb animals." "I wonder if a meek wife would have suited Paul," remarked Lady Farley, leisurely sipping her tea. "I expect so," Bobby answered, "because he has chosen the other sort. Just like gouty men always drink champagne and port, when their wives aren't looking." "I have often noticed," said Mr. Kesterton, "that men as a rule fall in love with the exact opposite of the type that they theoretically approve of." "I have noticed more than that," added Lady Farley. "Having selected as you say the exact opposite, they set about transforming the object selected into their ideal type. This seems to my ignorant mind a waste of time and trouble, when the market is overstocked with their ideal type already." "I know what you mean," agreed Isabel. "The man who admires silent women loses his heart to a chatterbox, and spends the rest of his mortal life in teaching her to hold her tongue." Lady Farley nodded. "In the same way a man who applauds female brains is carried off his feet by a pretty fool, and then wears her and himself out by trying to educate her." "It is stupid of men to behave like that," said Violet Thistleton. "Not at all," argued her aunt. "It is stupid of the women not to adapt themselves." "I don't know about that. How should you like to have to pretend to a man that you were not clever, Aunt Caroline?" inquired Isabel, who, having been married for only a few months, naturally imagined that she knew all there was to be known concerning the management of man. "I have already done so, my dear, for 30 years, with the utmost success. To this day my husband always insists upon fighting my battles for me." "With what results?" asked Mr. Kesserton. The medals, of course, are lost, but what does that matter? The process stimulates his chivalrous instincts, and so increases his attachment to me. It is far more important that a woman's husband should think that he knows better than she does, than that the world should see that he doesn't. The three men fully agreed with Lady Farley. The sole duty of woman is to be charming, she continued in her pretty drawl, and if only the women of to-day would do their hair properly instead of letting their heads run upon their wrongs, and would study how to amuse men instead of how to solve life problems, there would soon be no wrongs and no life problems left. Also, women would not talk about art with a capital A, agreed Paul. Art with a capital A always bores me. My experience is that a woman's heart has no he in it when she spells it with a capital A, said Isabel wisely. I don't know how it is, mused Lady Farley, putting down her teacup, but women who spell abstract nouns with capital letters generally seem independent of such artificial aids to beauty as soap and water, and hairbrushes. Mr. Kesserton smiled. Lady Farley amused him extremely. Then doesn't my lady claim equal rights with men? He asked. My lady raised her delicate eyebrows in a well-bred surprise. Of course not. Why should I? The cleverest women should be ready to knock under to the stupidest man if necessary, or at any rate to make him think that she does. I am shocked, Lady Farley, to hear you inculcating deceitfulness. I am not inculcating deceitfulness. I am preaching wisdom. When I was young I used to treat men as I treated women, and tell them the whole truth about everything. But it didn't answer. They couldn't stand it. So now you tell them stories, I presume? No, I still give them the truth, but I offer it to them in a peptonized form, so that they can digest it without discomfort. But what are the pretty, stupid women to do when the men try to educate them? asked Violet, who was generally conversationally left a long way behind the rest of the field. Her aunt gently instructed her. Their course is even simpler than that of the clever ones. They have merely to listen to their husbands' opinions, and repeat them verbatim as their own. A man always thinks a woman clever whose thoughts are identical with his, but when her expression of them is also identical, he considers her absolutely brilliant. Mr. Kesserton laughed heartily. You have learnt a great many things, my dear lady. I have lived a long time, and I have kept my eyes open. Nevertheless, there are two things which I have never been able to find out. Namely, why people fall in love, and why Punch is published on a Wednesday. Then Paul is even cleverer than you are, Aunt Caroline, interpolated Paul's admiring wife, because there is nothing that he doesn't know. Oh, yes, there is, said Paul, modestly. I never know what to talk to young girls about, or what 7 times 8 are. I'm with you there, Seaton, remarked the host. The only things in which I take no interest are young girls and bimetallism. What is bimetallism? asked Lady Robert. Her husband looked appealingly round the table. Think of what my married life will be if she begins asking questions like that already. Then he turned to his wife. Bimetallism, my dear Violet, is the opposite of momentalism. Let that suffice you. But what is momentalism? persisted Violet. Momentalism is the opposite of monomania, replied Isabel, but Paul endeavored, though of course vainly, to explain the terms to his wife's pretty cousin. "I cannot stand young girls myself," agreed Lady Farley. "They are afraid of me, and I have no mercy on them." "Then you ought to have," said Lord Bobby. "I do not see the compulsion." "Ah, Lady Farley," he continued, "you must remember that the quality of mercy should not be measured out by teaspoonfuls in a medicine glass, but should be sent round in a watering cart by the county council." "I know that," replied Lady Farley, laughing. "Nevertheless, young girls are simple, and I never can stand simplicity." "Neither can I," agreed Mr. Chesterton. "Simple dinners and simple women are alike abhorrent to me, because they always agree with me, and that is so tiresome." "By the way, it will be interesting when Seaton begins to teach you to hold your tongue," remarked Bobby to Isabel. "If he can accomplish that, he will be able to unite the offices of Prime Minister, Commander in Chief, and Archbishop of Canterbury in his own person, as he will have proved that the impossible is mere play to him." "He will never try to teach me, you see, because he enjoys my conversation more than anything." "Does he?" said Bobby softly. "Do you know I once went on a switchback railway with a man who said he enjoyed the motion more than anything. The next thing he said was he wished he was dead." The talk rippled on till tea was over, and then they all got up and walked about. As Paul and Isabel were leaning over the parapet and looking down into the water, Mr. Chesterton and Lady Farley passed within earshot, and the cabinet minister was saying, "I feel certain that he will be in the government before long. There is no doubt he has a great future before him. It is a pity that he ever wrote that silly book, Shams and Shadows. But this clever niece of yours will keep him straight now. The men with clever wives are not the men who make mistakes, Lady Farley." Paul looked down upon his wife and smiled, but the eyes that Isabel raised to his were full of tears. Not long after the tea party on the terrace, Edgar Ford dined at the Paul Seatons' pretty little house in Kensington. Mr. Madderley was there, also Mr. Seaton, who was spending a few days with his son, and was very much enjoying a sight of London under Isabel's auspices. Edgar and Alice were to be married in the autumn, and the former had already taken a house close to the Stepney settlement, and was making ready for his bride. The conversation at dinner ran upon Edgar's work among the poor, and he made the others both laugh and cry at the mingled humour and pathos of his stories. Mr. Seaton especially was interested in the doings of the settlement, and gave Edgar some valuable hints from out of the stores of his own wisdom and experience. "The thing that strikes me most forcibly," said Edgar, when the servants had left the room, "is the kindness of the poor to one another. Underneath all the squalor and sordidness of poverty there is something beautiful after all." "You are right there," agreed Mr. Seaton. "I have, of course, worked much among the poor in my time, and this phase of their character has never failed to impress me." "It is what I have always told you," cried Paul. "The human nature is a grand thing spoiled, but it is a grand thing still." "But human nature must not be taken in the aggregate," said Edgar, playing with his empty wineglass. "Masses always represent their lowest component parts. It is only when you deal with men and women individually that you discover the underlying beauty of their characters. I hate to hear classes condemned wholesale, whether it be the frivolity of the rich or the brutality of the poor that is held up to scorn." "So do I," added Mr. Seaton. "There are frivolous poor and brutal rich, and likewise there are saints to be found equally in both classes, and more of them than we any of us dream. It seems to me, remarked Isabel, that love is the leaven that leavens the whole lump. It is only when people begin to care for each other that the fineness of human nature is seen. I was horribly selfish myself till I really cared for somebody, and then I gradually became quite nice. Mr. Madderley smiled as he peeled a peach for his hostess. He had watched Isabel's development with much interest, and he perceived that she displayed wonderful accuracy in diagnosing her own case. As long as you don't love anybody much, your character is like a garden in winter, she continued. One virtue is under a glass shade, and another is covered over with straw, and all of them are dreadfully pinched and sickly. Then love comes by, and it is summer, and your garden rejoices and blossoms like the rose, without your bothering about it at all. Nevertheless, said Madderley, I think that love, though admirable as a pastime, is a little too flimsy to be designated as an underlying principle. Isabel tossed her head. Madderley's cynicism always irritated her. I suppose you would say, she replied, that there is no more ennobling influence than beauty. Exactly, rejoined the artist, serious for once in his life. What you call art is the worship of beauty by the human mind. What you call love is the worship of beauty by the human heart, and what you call religion is the worship of beauty by the human soul. Isabel was silent. You are right in thinking that love for the beautiful is to be found in strange places, said Edgar. Last month a lot of children were sent down from Hampton House into the country for a week, and one of the poorest and most ragged of them said afterwards to one of our sisters, "Oh, sister, it was all so beautiful that it made me cry for you." That simply meant, as you say, that the sight of natural beauty stimulated that child's highest feelings, and made her long for the person for whom she cared the most. Isabel fully entered into the feelings of the little ragged girl. She had felt exactly the same herself at the state concert. If the child hadn't loved the sister first, the beauty of the country would not have had power to touch her, she said. Love is the open sesame that lets in beauty and gives us eyes to see. I should put it the other way, said Madderley, and say that beauty is the cause of love. It seems to me that there is something deeper even than that, argued Paul, some innate fineness, proper to human nature itself, which makes all these things possible to it. It is often surprising, remarked his wife, how people are nearly always nice when one gets to know them, and pierces through the outer husk of artificiality which they wear before the world. I detest heaps of people that I have only met at dinner, but I think like everybody that I have ever had breakfast with. The others laughed. Which simply means that the better one knows one's fellow creatures, the better one thinks of them, added Paul. I cannot offer an opinion, said Madderley. I have never been down to breakfast. Paul turned to his father. You have not given us your idea yet as to what is really the name of the underlying power which leavens the whole lump of humanity, and which Isabel calls love, and Madderley calls beauty, and Edgar calls individualism, and I call human nature. I should call it by none of those names, replied Mr. Seton. These are but the branches of a root which goes deeper and stronger than any of them, or than all of them put together. Then what should you say is the name of this underlying and yet exalted power? Said Edgar. The minister smiled. I am an old-fashioned man, and I use old-fashioned phrases, he said. I should call it the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. End of chapter 24. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of Concerning Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler.